everybody, and welcome to the VAIL VRML Season 4 EU Semifinals. My name is Nightfire with two E's, and I am your sole conductor into today's journey into the top tier of the EU region in our favorite FPS, VAIL. A fantastic shooter made by Axe Labs, sponsoring this season, this tournament, and providing us with an awesome prize pool that these teams are all competing for, a custom-designed in-game skin that's sold in the store, and parts of that revenue are shared with the winning team. It's an awesome prize pool that's only available in VAIL. It's only something that the Axe Lab team offers, and we really do appreciate their support for the VRML and the VR esports space. It's been tremendous, and we're looking forward to more seasons to come, obviously. But we have two best of fives coming up here this afternoon. With that being said, for those that are tuning in, maybe you don't know what you're tuning into. This is the Season 4 semifinals. It's a tournament where we have had 12 weeks of regular season gameplay that have led up to these top teams getting seeded in a massive double elimination tournament that started 2 weekends ago on Saturday. We had 12 teams battling it out for a chance at first place at the end of this double elimination tournament. And it started with Academy, URC, Sunset Ravens, and Ascenders. All of those teams are eliminated. They went down to the losers bracket at some point, either going up against Relentless EU, Ascendancy, Vanguard Gaming, or Asterix. Those are all the teams that we're going to be seeing playing today. And again, it's been 6 rounds of double elimination tournament. And so today we're starting things off with our winners bracket of this double elimination tournament. The 4th round of this tournament, and not the finals, the semifinals. Neither team has lost yet in this EU bracket, and one of them will lose. They will go into that losers bracket. We'll then have a finalist and a loser. We'll go to the losers bracket, where we have Relentless EU and Asterix posed and ready to play, and we will watch them duke it out in a best of 5. The winner there will move on to challenge the loser of this matchup. We'll have that happen tomorrow morning, and then the grand finals. So we could have a rematch of this matchup in the grand finals if the loser here wins in the losers bracket tomorrow morning. So there's a lot of best of 5 action ahead of us. 4 best of 5s for us to chew through this weekend, and it's going to be happening both today and tomorrow. So we appreciate you tuning in, stopping by, and hanging out. We do have teams in lobby, so I'll go ahead and give them the ready and let them know that we are good to go to dive into our first map today of our first best of 5, because again we have 2. And then later today we dive into the NA semifinals, where we do have another 2 best of 5s. I'll be joined by Shimmy Marui, and we'll be jumping into more VAIL top tier postseason action, where again the winner competes for that in-game customized skin designed around their team, sold in the store, and a portion of that revenue shared with the winning team. Again, a really cool opportunity that we appreciate. It's only possible thanks to VAIL and the Axe Lab team. So a big shout out to them, and a big shout out to all of you for tuning in, hanging out, and listening to me ramble, talk about all of this, give you the details, the ins and outs of what is happening this afternoon. Because again, it is a lot of action. So let's take a look at who we have stopping by, hanging out. Quick VR, Snuggle B, Population High, Accurate, King Bob, thank you all for hanging out, tuning in. A little morning coffee cheers to you. Ooh, we need it. A lot of great replays. I do wonder if there's an affiliation. I don't know if the logo's the same. I do wonder if there's an affiliation between Vanguard Gaming EU and Vanguard NA. See if the logo is similar. Yeah, I think they are associated. I think we can comfortably say that. That's an impressive, honestly, new name to me, at least at the top tier across both regions. I mean, not new this season, but new to the league. Maybe I'm no, it's not. Maybe it's the other way. It's the old name. Let's look at the matchup history for today. Vanguard won last time they played. A team that's been around since Season 4, so I wasn't crazy. Look at the standings here. Yeah, since Season 4. Gooblin, though. Yeah, was with Ivy in Season 2. Knock was with Ascendancy and Ivy in Season 2. Frenzy Killer, yeah, all names from players that have been around since at least Season 2, but the team new to Season 4, so impressive accomplishment for both them on the NA and EU side. Ascendancy, on the other hand, absolutely outperforming expectations, frankly. Beating Relentless EU, the #1 seed in the region, an 11-1 record for Relentless EU compared to the 11-2 record of Vanguard Gaming. And I don't know that Relentless EU were ready for what Ascendancy brought to the table against them in that best of 3. Since then, Relentless EU obviously been playing solid in the elimination bracket, and I anticipate them to put up another good series against Asterix later today, but Ascendancy beat them, and they beat them what felt like kind of confidently. They were Ascendancy was locked in, had some great plays, organized and really executed very well on a couple of good cliffside rounds, if I remember correctly. That really stood out to me, but that was a stellar series, so I anticipate we'll get more of that good quality back and forth today. The path both of these teams have taken through this tournament. Vanguard Gaming EU beat Sunset Ravens. They beat Asterix and are now playing against Ascendancy. Ascendancy beat DNA and beat Relentless. Two teams we just saw play last weekend. DNA getting eliminated. Ascending not able to beat Relentless. Nearly all of the rounds have been, all the best of 3s have been 2-0 though. Something I'm just realizing now actually. The only free map series has been Asterix and Ascending. So, fun facts for you as I stall long enough for us to get into the action. It's the first time we've been on this map all postseason. It's Suna Day, not a night variant. I feel like we've seen the night variant super consistently this postseason, but on defense, Vanguard Gaming on the attack, Ascendancy. We go into round 1, map 1. In our semifinals, best of 5, winners bracket matchup. Neither team has faced a loss yet this postseason. That will change after today. Question is, how many maps will it take? And I look forward to the best of 5 format in particular with some of these higher end teams, because I do think we're going to go to that 4th and 5th map, and I do believe that it means we're likely to go on the maps that are non-meta picks. So we'll see these top tier teams playing on maps they probably haven't played a ton on. Well, I say that knowing that everyone here has played a ton on all the maps, but push definitely coming down. Long B here. Ooh, and a nice nade from Reality on VR. Caps his population. Here comes the push. Counter utility flashes to slow down the cross. Make him a little less confident. Robert finds one. A nice pickup there. Gooblin swinging the smoke on the hunt for more. They will absolutely overwhelm the offense here. Vanguard Gaming with a solid defensive hold. The counter utility absolutely stalling out that cross from Ascendancy and throwing off the momentum there. See what we get for round 2. Rifles in hand, so a little bit different vibes, but same location. Gonna be trying to push down that B side, long B. They've got their short mid setup going as well. No real fighting quite yet, though. Dublin may be the first to run into some action as they smoke out and prepare to swing. Counter utility coming in, and they decide to actually not overcommit. Staying tight with the team. Utility coming in from Semtax onto site. I don't think that flash quite went as far as they were hoping for. I don't know that they're connecting with the utility in the way they want. It seems like there's a bit of a push and pull here of when they're going to go, if they're going to go. No kills on either side yet either. Lots of utility coming in. Most certainly going to be something here as the push comes in from Semtax. Robert finds the double kill. A nice scoop up from them. The push has come in across the other side, though. And as Robert comes flying out, they're going to run into some resistance. One kill from Bambuza, another from Reality. The site is cracked. Utility coming in. Scanner will go down. It's a 2v2. 3. The rotate is what I missed, and they may miss it too on the defense. Here it comes. Great teamwork and coordination. Robert catches the knife kill. Swings out for the double, and they'll catch it. A quadra kill for Robert on the round. A solid clutch from Robert Tasm. 6-1. Only opening 2 rounds. Heck of a way to start things for your team. Knife to the face of the scanner, into the rifle, out for the trade. Pretty impressive opener. Oops, sorry about the scores up there. Reset those bad boys. If I can. Maybe I can't. Nade coming in over the top. Ferdinand actually catching the opening kill, and a couple of early picks here finally set up the offense. And Ferdinand trading down with Robert Tasm. A huge pick there. Going to come down to Mont and Knock, who are both making their pushes. Knock on that long rotation, but there's 4 alive here for Ascendancy. They've kind of worked down the defense a little bit into a position where they understood where the setup was. They're picking up counter picks, and Ferdinand with a double. Put it on the board. Ascendancy not getting shut out today against Vanguard Gaming. Certainly the underdogs. An 11-2 record for Vanguard compared to a 6-7. And that's unfortunate. A disconnect. I do believe they play through that as long as the player can reconnect into the lobby. We won't have to do any technical resetting, but yeah, something happened there. The Semtax, maybe they lost comms, or maybe even had headset issues, who knows, but we'll see if they come back or if it's a sub. Does put them into a 2-2 split, a little awkward. Not quite as confident as the rest of their rollouts have been. Ooh, and there's the first kill. Mott's going to scoop up Reality on the edge. The double there as Knock finds the other. Kind of eliminates their A-side push, and I don't know that they know necessarily that they're down to just 4. But Semtax is back, and so technically the duo has bought enough time for everything to work out here. They'll be ready to go for the next round, but this is a unlikely win here for Ferdinand unless they clutch the 1v3 at 10% HP. They're gonna get pushed here on the outer edge, and their gun isn't quite up. Knives were out. Flash comes in, and it's a well-tossed flash from Mott. Utility gonna be the name of the game here this afternoon.
Get ready.
Let's see if we can adjust all the scores. Okay. Go. Perfect. Map 1. And this best of 5 and a 3-1 lead in the first half of Suna Day. I like the play here again, coming in from Ascendancy, going back to that B-side push. It worked well for them last time. Try and recreate the success they had. Try and keep the team split into their 3-2 position here. Knock in a pretty quick rotate, but they've got 3B. Holding this A site down, and they'd like to have Tay draw a bit of a distraction, I imagine, over towards A site. But it's all comes down to timing. When do they want to swing? When does the utility dissipate? When does the smoke go down? They don't want to give away coughing audio. And ooh, there's a nice opening kill from Tay. They may be able to do more. No, Nox shuts it down very quickly. It doesn't force any rotations out quite yet, except for Nox swinging into the middle. Semtax with a quick refrag. And now maybe the push going to start to come towards B, but no, the play should be rotate A. And you can see overhead, that's what they're doing. Scanner dropping back. Even though Ferdinand clearing out this B site, A is clear. They have control. It makes sense to send it over there. Another kill coming in, and they may not be able to rotate. This could actually be a really nice pinch here. Is Ferdinand from the back line? No, they do not catch them. Roberts still at 75%. Knows there's one on the corner, picks up the double. The nade there rolls past and half healths. Robert down, and Bambuza at full HP with scanner in hand. Should be able to cross towards site. The problem is that Roberts positioned themselves now where if they hear scanner plant come, they can swing corner fast enough to deny it from coming. Ooh, that's a good smoke. Stops the vision. Here comes the swing around the corner of the smoke. Bambuza tucked in, and Bambuza catches the kill. A heck of a back and forth here, but a nice rotation that ends in Ascendancy with a point on the board. And I think we're going to see a lot of hard fighting here from Ascendancy as Bambuza signs Ferdinand's gun for the round, giving them some energy maybe. Utility coming out over the top. A bit of a counter there from Googlin and Knox, trying to disrupt the setup here towards B. Again, worked well for them once, but both teams are adapting fast, trying to adjust. So as Ascendancy loses a round or two, they then kind of go, okay, they're trying this strategy, let's adjust to that. Then they win a round. And then Vanguard adjusts their defensive strategy. And so I think we're going to be into this back and forth here as Bambuza kicks things off. A nice opener. Goobling going to be the main front line now. They have Overwatch from Robert on top as well. And Robert's been a standout shooter today so far. 8-4 on the half. Pretty dang impressive. Knock. Next, Robert pops up for 2, and they'll find it. A shutdown of this B-side rotation. Scanners dropped. Mott on a swing all the way around, and it may be a little awkward here with Semtex kind of lagging. Still down along A. Scanner dropped. Reality on VR. Distant at A site. Wondering if maybe it's worth grabbing Scanner, crossing down towards mid. Over to A. Avoid this whole Mott situation on their back line. Not that they know if Mott's here, but it's a 2v1 now. Scanner gets planted, and they have the advantage. Could be a tied half, 3-3. Unless Mott has something to say about it. Spots Reality on the bottom line. I think Mott has a bit of trouble there. The nade stopping them. Decided to go a little bit longer route as time ticks down. 20 seconds on the clock, and we are into a heated back and forth to kick things off for our EU semifinals. A swing from Mott doesn't connect. Knife comes out, doesn't connect. Has to start hitting the scanner here. They know they're a duo. And Semtax in Reality working that angle nicely with scanner down to put Ascendancy into a tie situation, 3-3. I think that's already a solid half here coming in from Ascendancy to be able to put 3 up against Relentless EU. Feels like maybe they just kind of became a bit of a different monster as a team later into the season because their record, regular season record, not reflecting how they've been playing in this postseason. Knock with a double shuts down Ascendancy right away. B site. They're going for the fast play, low utility. Ends up just being read really well. Population's trying to cut off this cross back towards A. And Mott may be setting themselves up for an ambush position or stay patient. Bit of a read here from both Knock and Robert. Waiting to see. Bambuza does here, Mott. Catching some utility from the duo. And really the only one here to defend. They do have quick rotations from mid if needed. They have lines denying the cross. Knock does catch Ferdinand here. Robert Tasm catches one up the middle. And Mott's alone, but they pick up Reality on VR from one side. The other side now getting completely collapsed on. A full press from everybody. Alive and well on Vanguard Gaming, and that's a solid, very solid hold. I mean, that's a hold that you can learn a thing or two from. That's how you position your team in a place where if you don't know where a rotate's coming, A or B side, you're able to quickly react. And that was so fast when the commit came to A, how quick Vanguard was able to push their mid rotation up and at that A site. And of course, you're a little risky down there when it comes to B. If B site gets pushed, and you're kind of trapped down at in that mid, but still a very solid shutdown on the rotate towards A, and Ascendancy is just kind of trying to pick and poke and prod at what is otherwise a very tight defense from Vanguard. 4-3 in our final round of the half. Definitely going to have some early engagement here. Robert Tasm goes down. A nice swing from Reality. Throws down the tag as they push forward. Gooblin catches one. Reality with another nade kill to the back line of the defense. Semtax pushing up to the front. Reality drops down just as the poke from Knock comes out. Knock super low on HP. The nade over the top, forcing Reality to rotate, and they catch the kill on the rotate. A wonderful 1-2 punch. Scanner into the hands of Ferdinand, and Tay going to get control of A site, and so it's going to be a retake here from Gooblin and Knock, both disadvantaged on HP, and now a little bit out of position, so it's a matter of time for Ferdinand. 40 seconds on the clock should be enough to get them to A site, scanner down, and then it comes down to the scanner time.
30 seconds remaining. Scan started.
Well, we do apologize for any dropped frames there. Just a little bit. We should be okay. Scanner down. 25 seconds on the clock. Push coming in. That was just a little blip. And Gooblin trades. It's up to a 1v1. Knock getting flashed out, slowed down. 10 seconds. That's going to be all the time they need. Round into the hand of Ascendancy, even if this outcome goes the way of Knock. And a very solid offensive point to wrap up the half. We get ready for a side swap. Reset the economies, go back to pistols. And we get to see what Vanguard is bringing to the table on the attack on Suna Day. Where are we going with this map 1? Is it an overwhelming Vanguard comeback? Is it close? Pistol round could be a determining factor in setting the momentum. Nice trade there. And look at this, the crash coming in. Defense is here. Reality is here. Bambuza finds one. Nades and utility coming over the top. As Robert Tasman scoops up Tay. A big swing from the scanner along the far edge. Now scanner going down behind the smoke. Reality tucked in and alone. Gonna catch one. Can't get the second. Pistol round into the hands of VGG.
Round starting.
And an early lead in the back half of map 1. Look at this drop back here from Tay, recognizing an aggressive rotation up the middle. They also have Semtax up top, and they're actually just going to cross through the mid. They're going to catch a one-for-one trade. On the backline, scanner goes down for a moment, and it's a 4v4, and a bit of an awkward one. Timing a little bit thrown off with the scanner stalled out. It allows Semtax to kind of swing up here. They have in the back line Gooblin as well, and Semtax pops out for one. Gooblin shuts that down. 3 more to go as nades and utility come their way. Counter nades as Gooblin drops back just in time. Tay flies over the top. Gooblin catches that kill. Can't get 3 and 4, but does cut the advantage down and makes it a 2v3 in favor of the Vanguard Gaming offense. Scanner down. 30 seconds left to go for the duo to push in. Let's see what Reality and Bambuza can pull off with limited time. Nice flash, actually. A big flash, but no. Population catches the kill. Vanguard pile on to a 2-point lead. The most they've had so far in this series. I think it started off 2-0 for them on the defense, but let's see. Ascendancy bounced back nicely when it got to this point last half. Now they're on the attack. Will they be able to do it now? Down this mid-center here. The flashes and smokes coming in. And Tay reading very nicely. Rotating to a different position than last half, or last round when they tried this play up through the middle. Caught a different angle. Shuts down what was a attempt to swing up through the mid. A kill on the far edge with Mott finding that nade does put in what was going to be a knock rotate towards A for a push towards B. Reality finds Mott, and they're losing the on-site pressure. It's going to come down to Knock to find some kills here. The pinch to really work out for Gooblin. And Semtax finds the kill. Now Knock is alone. 50 seconds left. Option to rotate getting shut down here as Semtax says, no, you are not going to A site. We are keeping you here. And this round is going to end right here. Knife comes out, surprisingly enough. Reads the footsteps there, knocking a little ring around. Power pull here as Knock does dive down to the corner. Tucked and turned is a spin there from Semtax. Knock finds 1 of 4 that they'll need. Rotation available to them. And everyone pumping back towards A, but the cross actually comes in from Knock up top, and now no one's home at B. It's going to be a retake, an awkward one, as Knock has advantage, but no, Tay finds the kill. Ascendancy, as they need to, bounce back just in time. Shout out to everyone tuning in. I see Goat Boy, Accurated, Sandy, King Bob, Julian, Jason, Tazzy. Thank you all. We appreciate you hanging out, enjoying the action. I guess by we, I mean it's just me here. Reality on VR. Ferdinand holding down long B. Going to be the ones that run into a little bit of action here soon. That nade goes out and over as Semtex catches Robert. That knife nearly catches the toe of Ferdinand, but they'll be alive and well to hold down what is going to be this cross, this rotation. Good smokes, good utility, and oh, there's the push out. 1, can they make it more? 2, no, they can't. Shut down by Mont, and the duo collapsing on to B. 3 left alive for defense as Reality comes barreling in to shut down Scanner Plant. The backline shut down by Bambuza. We're tied. Map 1 in this best of 5. Let's take a look at the KDs. Robert Dazen 13 and 9, started 6 and 1. Knock 12 and 7, Gublin 11 and 10. Ferdinand 12 and 10, Reality 10 and 8, Semtex 7 and 10. Solid kill spreads across the board there. Obviously a tied game, going to keep things pretty tight like that, but change of pace, change of pressure. A site under attack by Vanguard Gaming, and they're trying to play it fast and furious. And Booza not able to catch the cross. Going to try and get it the second time. Does. Googling gets shut down. Scanner's still alive and well, and the rotation from the defense is coming, but it might be a little bit too late because this is a fast push. Scanner going down on to site, and we have a slow rotation from Semtex to the back line. And time ticking, 40 seconds. Counter utility comes over the top. A great flash onto population, but Tay is a bit too late. Reality on VR scoops up 1. Counter flash is coming in. Semtex, low and slow, should have the back of several attackers here. Scoops up 1. Scanner still down. Another goes down. The only one left alive, Knock. In a 1v3, Scanner getting interrupted with plenty of time left. Scoops up the first, swings wide to interrupt the Scanner player, finds the second, and finally shut down. 12 seconds left. Ferdinand alone and alive. Interrupts Scanner. Ascendancy, for the first time this series, first time this map, take the lead 7-6.
Round starting. Get ready.
And what are these top tier teams in the EU region thinking? As Ferdinand signs the gun, what are they thinking? They're watching Ascendancy knock a relentless EU down to the losers bracket. They're watching Ascendancy beat Vanguard Gaming in map 1 of this best of 5. I say beat, I guess I mean winning currently. BGG has deployed some stellar tactics so far today. They've bounced back very nice off of round losses. I anticipate that to continue. You can see BGG deploying a different strategy here. A 2-3 spread, not stacking heavy towards A, not pushing in too quick, looking for little picks, pokes, and prods before they do make their commitment to a site. They're still not even really committed to a site yet. A 1-for-1 trade there. Nades and utility coming out over the top. Semtex holding things down. At B site. Bambuza gonna have to rotate B because they've lost Semtex to a nice nade over the top. Another nade coming in. That doesn't catch Reality, but the kills from Robert do. Bambuza catches Gublin on the cross, but it's not the Scanner. And so they don't quite get the advantage of the slowdown they need on the play. And like I said, Vanguard Gaming bouncing back nicely from a round loss here. Set up for another win, maybe tying things 7-7. We'll see if Bambuza on the flank can catch this defense off guard. Cannot find the 1v3, shut down rather quickly. And if there's anything I have noticed, Vanguard Gaming bounce back very fast. When they do pick up that bounce back round, it's almost a quicker round than any of the others. That felt like a very fast offensive point, even though they slowed things down on their initial rollout. Once the pick came through, the commit to B site was very consistent and fast. And so it's hard to, you have to be like that when you're going up against Ascendancy, who are reacting very good to plays, to shifts, to rotations. They're on point right now. They were on point last weekend. The Ascendancy team is just trying to challenge these top tier 11-1, 11-2 regular season record teams. And that ain't easy. Scanner, not here at B, where a lot of the pressure is. A nice pickup from Tay, another one in the mid. They really do need this Robert Tasm rotate to come alive. And it has. Reality finds the first, it goes down. That may be an indicator to this defense to crash too fast. As Ferdamon's still here. And look at Scanner. Easy peasy A-site plant with nobody home. A 1v3 drawn by a nice play here from Robert Tasm, who found the first kill, now looking for more. Into a 1v3 and even baiting a Scanner plant by going over to Scanner. Ferdamon finally kills them, but it is way too late. Scanner's down, and they're trusting Knock into the 1v3 to hold this rotate, to stop this from coming through. And that may be difficult with the smoke well placed, denying Knock vision down this long lane on the rotate. A good flash over the top, and the utility is absolutely here to save the day. Scanner getting interrupted. Knock not able to challenge the 1v3 and shut down by wonderful coordination and very late utility deployment by Ascendancy.
Match point.
Here we go. Round 16. Are we headed to overtime? Or is Ascendancy going to take map 1 from Vanguard Gaming? 11-2 on the regular season. It doesn't mean they don't lose maps. It means they don't lose series. So just early here in this best of 5 in particular. Not a regular season best of 3. Nice nade right over at the top of Ferdamon. Utility and flashes coming in to rotate and push them off. And this is a heavy A-site, B-site push, very different than what they have deployed on the spreads and towards A. 1-for-1 trades across the board, keep things even for the push onto site. 3-3. A little brawl over here on the short side of Semtax, Tay, and Gooblin are all paying attention. Gooblin here really drawing the defense away from sight, allowing Scanner to go down, and now it's up to the retake, the 2v2. 35 seconds on the clock. Not a ton of time to do any big rotates, dropbacks, or swings. They have to commit the short lane that they're pushing now, and Mott's here. Mott's not here. Tay finds the kill. The last defender, Knock, trying to clutch up with 20 seconds left, and Tay swings the corner to catch the kill. It's going to be Scanner interrupted. It's going to be Ascendancy taking map number 1 in this best of 5. Not what I was anticipating seeing today, but I had a little bit of a feeling. That we were going to see Ascendancy come in strong this afternoon. Just based off of how they performed against Relentless EU. And I know Vanguard Gaming are prepared. I know that they saw that matchup. They were watching Relentless EU lose to Ascendancy, and it's got to feel a little strange now losing map 1 as VGG. You got to be a little concerned. Look at that. Again, number 2 seed versus number 4 seed in the regular season, with Ascendancy going 6-7 and Vanguard Gaming going 11-2. And we looked at this last time, but we'll look at it again. Oh, that's the match clips. We want this one. The match history, VGG beat them, but not strong. I mean, out of their 11 wins, 25-19 was one of them. But it was close. That was a close series in the regular season. And so we get to this postseason point where Ascendancy maybe is in sort of this new form, beating Relentless EU and now challenging Vanguard Gaming at the top. And it is certainly impressive to see. Ascendancy absolutely dialed in here. And now with a little momentum behind their back, a little wind in their sails, we may see a little more from them this afternoon. So big shout outs to Ascendancy, and we'll see what Vanguard Gaming can string together here. Let me one thing. Here, there we go. More in the center. And yeah, I wonder if we're gonna get a sub. Quick look at the final KDs. Robert Tasm 17 and 12. Started strong, ended strong. Ferdinand 15-13, Tay 14-11, Reality on VR 13 and 12. Pretty even spreads, across both teams here, because that was a heck of a close series. And I do wonder if maybe we're going to go into a timeout here. It would make sense if Vanguard Gaming did call one, but maybe not. Maybe we're just in a bit of we're in a rotation. Who do we just swap out there? I think Frenzy for Imagine is what we did on the Vanguard Gaming roster. So I do like to see that. It's important. One thing I do like to talk about often is the value of having a deep roster. Having players that you can sub out for certain maps, even, or particular situations, and maybe you need a different mentality, a different mindset, or someone just isn't quite playing where they want to be playing. You can bring someone in that could do better, that could be a better fit in that role. And it's hard to really determine where you were lacking in a series that's so close like that one, with Vanguard Gaming and Ascendancy going 9-7. And not a lot of time to debate on what they're going to do next here as we do get ready for map number 2. And again, it takes us to a position in a place we have not been yet in the postseason. Miru Day. Surely we've been Miru Night, but not Day. It's so different. Everything. Obviously, and I say that jokingly, but it is a very different vibe, a very different... I don't know if about approach changes that much, but it certainly is I don't know. I think some people say Night gives you visual advantage to some. I don't really feel like that's true, but what do I know? I certainly don't play as much as these people do. As we get into the action, a B-side push coming in here. Ascendancy on the defense, Vanguard on the attack, and knock. Getting that plant early. Look at everyone alive here on the backside of B-site, waiting for Scanner to go down. They're going to go for the pistol round retake. And I kind of like this, actually, because you can stack your entire team around Scanner. You can force everyone to kind of peek out from their individual positions, and I like the challenge there as Scanner gets interrupted on the back line. Everybody else getting picked off on the rotate. And oh no, I say everybody else, but look at this. Gooblin doesn't come. Oh, the Scanner got interrupted. I'm sorry, I missed. Put my headphones on. They're charging. Now we can hear. And Scanner goes down. Lovely. Solid opener, to say the least, though, from the Ascendancy squad, kicking things off on their half. Utility over the top, a good swing out there, but Mott shuts it down. Scanner is dropped and down on site. That makes it a little bit challenging for this team to retake, and I do think that Ascendancy hear and know Scanner is planted, so they're trying to stay aggressive, trying to stop that Scanner from going down, even being picked up. And there's a nice peek out from Ferdinand, a good flash over the top to try and stall out Scanner plant, but it doesn't quite work, and Scanner does go down. Ferdinand shuts Imagine down, and they will not Imagine around where they're alive. Robert, however, stays alive, scoops up one, and it's a 1v1. Nice jump check, gets great information. Scanner getting interrupted, a bait. Robert has to respect that, though, has to check, has to make sure Ferdinand isn't trying to stick it. But they'll clutch it anyway, and the Ascendancy are up 2-0. Map 2. Trying to knock this Vanguard Gaming EU squad down to the losers bracket for tomorrow. That is the goal. Winner here goes straight to the championship. And if they lose there, it's a bracket reset. I think we're still doing that. Loser goes down to the losers bracket. Has to challenge the winner of Asterix and Relentless EU. So we could see a number 1 seed versus a number 2 seed rematch at the start of tomorrow for that do or die elimination bracket, that final elimination bracket round. And a tough attempt there from Vanguard Gaming. This defense from Ascendancy
Round starting.
busts out a solid third round point. And, you know, in comparison to last map where Ascendancy really respected that third point, in particular that third round when they were down 2-0, it felt like that one was just not quite as... it went fast. It was a fast third round won by Ascendancy. And maybe they took the risk of playing it quicker on the Vanguard Gaming side, trying to go up that mid space a little bit faster than they had in previous rounds, trying to throw off the defense from Ascendancy, but didn't work out. Not all plays do. Maybe this one will. It's a bit of a different spread all across the map. In particular, the push towards A site with Scanner kind of lingering now in the middle. Gooblin catching a little bit of heat. Mott goes down to Bambuza in the tunnels. Fortunately, won't be Scanner down, but certainly does deter from the idea of pushing A site. Nice pickup from Robert. Really solid kill. Cracks open A site just a bit. You can see now they say, okay, we got our first pick at A. Let's make it happen. Flash and utility coming in, and maybe not. Look at that again. The rotate out of A back towards B. Maybe recognizing that there were multiple crossing towards A site. Robert has him here as the coughs. Knows there's defenders here. Over towards the other side at B site. Ferdimon fending off a full rotation. Semtax flies up to their demise, and Gooblin picks up a double kill. That puts Tay alone in a 1v4, and this is Vanguard Gaming bouncing back.
Scan started.
1 of 3 for Tay on the retake. 5 and 2 on the half so far, so certainly feeling good and locked in. Catches the blind shot bullet there. Tries to swing for 2, but doesn't have enough HP to make it happen.
Round starting. Get ready.
Solid round win from Vanguard Gaming and a bounce back that maybe they could have afforded in round 3. But we'll see if it was that bad, because I feel like they've got enough rounds where they could go 5-3 on the half, technically, if they were to lock it in here. And that would be a very solid offensive half on Miru. Nice crash towards A here. Well orchestrated, well coordinated. Mott finds Reality on VR, who was prepped and ready to go to deny that cross, but gets shut down. And now Gooblin's pushed up into this off-meta position in the corner, and the snap for the shot there doesn't quite go their way. The trade over where Semtax and Robert Tasm end up 2 alive, excuse me. Scanner down, and a second point piled on. Vanguard Gaming now in a bit of a rhythm, and now is when Ascendancy need to maintain the lead. They need to push up that second point back on the board, stay strong on their defensive half. They can't let Vanguard Gaming go out of control on the offense, because then when the side swap comes, it's going to be that much more difficult for them. So a big round here, really. Round 6. 3 more to go on the half, and then we swap sides. Nice early pick for Gooblin up the middle. Does force Tay here to stay and tuck into the middle. And as they drop off of their front line angles, they lose on the stairs. Mott, Robert, everyone picking off the on-site defense, and in a very clean push with great utility placement and the right picks, Vanguard Gaming are looking for their 3rd point in a row. They'll find it with imagining a W and seeing it to reality.
Round starting. Get ready.
And a heck of a start to things here in our first best of 5 of the day. A stellar map 1 and now a tied map 2. I think the series likely to be close all day long here. especially when we get down to the losers bracket as well. It'll be a lot of fun. Good nade from Bambuza. What a bounce shot. Catches the kill to the back line. Tay finds another in the picks. Finally connecting here for Ascendancy. Absolutely denying the entry to A site with great utility placement. And on the cross, Ferdinand shuts knocked down. Back into the lead goes Ascendancy. And a big point coming up here. Do we go 4-4 into the half like we did last time in map number 1? Or does Ascendancy gather up a bit of a lead on their defensive half? 5-3 feels more appropriate, feels more in line with the standard sort of meta of how Miru goes, where defense tends to go 60-40 in my opinion on round wins. The early pick seems to really set them pace here. Reality on VR finds 2. The utility absolutely on point as Semtex dives through the smoke on the hunt. Will find 1. Drops back through the smoke to tuck in. Scanner says no thanks to B site. And the rotation begins, but will it get caught is the question. They do have several defenders here up through this midfield. A bit of utility and smoke placed, and now Gooblin catching Tay actually will open up the ability for Imagine to switch back towards A site. UV4. A big opening pick for Reality there would have gone a long way for Gooblin. Semtex does catch the rotate there, and Imagine goes down.
We're switching sides.
The half ends with Ascendancy in the lead. And not a position that Vanguard Gaming necessarily want to be in. A 3-round win on offense, though, is solid on Miru. I do think it's the standard meta position to be in at this point in a normal best of 3 or best of 5 or really any map on Miru. And I anticipate things to be close. Continue to be close. I think this lead could get chipped away very nicely with an opening pistol round here from the defense of VGG. But let's see what's deployed, kind of strats we're going to get here. I do like to see Ascendancy not getting over aggressive, even though they have this 2-round lead. They're playing this one very cautiously, actually. Quite a bit of time passed, still no real commit or push. Poking and prodding, knife throws, utility here and there, but certainly not all of it has been deployed on either side yet. They have some in the reserves. It's just going to come down to when they deploy it, what the push warrants it. Imagine catches Tay. Robert over top, looking to shut down the push now on the site. The knife kill that doesn't connect there for Semtex. And Robert comes out, guns ablazing, catches a triple kill, shuts down the offensive push through here, and Vanguard Gaming chip away the pistol round they needed to set them up for a solid defensive half. That could have been one of 3 easier offensive points to earn, and technically they need 4. So, yeah, Ascendancy, a long way to go here. And Vanguard Gaming can just start, or really maybe just starting to settle into the half, to the round, to the series even, as some have been suggesting. A team that's really just been warming up this whole time. Oh, and that utility. Oh, there's the bounce snake connecting onto the scanner plant. Imagine and Knock both on site here, holding things down nicely. Scanner does get planted, but at what cost? Likely the life of Bambuza, unless they can pick up one. Looking for more. Tay over the top, supporting them. It's a 2v2, just like that. A big swing from Knock. Gonna shut down the Scanner defender, though, and now the duo can work together to challenge Tay here. Tay has the angle on one, but Imagine shuts down the opportunity. And it's gonna be 5-5. Vanguard keeping this thing close as anticipated. Likely another 8-7.
Round starting.
That's where I feel like we're headed. I think we're headed to another 8-7, maybe an 8-8 final round. Who has that scoreline? No, I don't know. That's the beauty of what we're tuning into here today, is it could go anyway. Really important and well-timed bounce back from Vanguard Gaming that ultimately impacts the momentum quite a bit of this Ascendancy team. A team that was maybe thinking, hey, map 1 win, let's go. Map 2 lead, let's go. And maybe, I feel like they respected every round. I don't think they were overcommitting. I think they're trying their hardest here. So I don't think they got caught off guard. I think it's just really a VGG locked in on defense here. It's a different map. It's a different than Suna, obviously. And even then, they played well on Suna. So I don't know. Just rambling here as both teams kind of poke and prod. Neither finds any kills. Utility does not connect. No one pushing up too hard to mid. It's Ascendancy really just taking their time. And I love to see the reaction from this Vanguard Gaming team, not getting over aggressive. They themselves obviously showing a lot of respect to this Ascendancy team now, and maybe it's taken a map and a half to get that respect, but it is certainly here, and they are trying their best to fend off what is a very locked-in Ascendancy team. Map 1 win here. Plant coming down towards B. Successfully the retake in effect for Vanguard Gaming, and it's the best that this defense has looked in terms of player count, so it's a 3v4. Oh, I think Bambuza caught Gulen with a random knife throw. Mott now has a lot ahead of them. And with everyone locked in on the offense, it's going to be Ascendancy answering back. 2 in a row, Ascendancy answers back. I don't know that Vanguard... No, I think they've had one... I think they got 3 in a row, and then Ascendancy answered back with a point. But there is a consistent... I mean, that's what I guess goes to say for both teams. Very consistently answering back off of points earned. Makes it hard to find a rhythm for either squad, and ultimately gives us a fantastic show. Never know when a knife might connect. It is free. Mott catches Reality. Trying to cross out. It's a nice little pickup that shuts down that mid rotation or advance. I think they were hoping to get a little more control, maybe even swing A at some point. Bambuza is not full sending or committing to B right now. They have the HP advantage. And A site severely lacking on any active defenders other than, I suppose, Mott.
30 seconds remaining.
Oh, and the swing out there. Where's the push? That's the question that Gooblin has to answer. A or B? Scanner goes down. A, they know they have a defender behind them at B. Makes it a little bit tricky to do this, but they're doing it. A nice smoke that forces the rotation from Tay. does set up the 1v1 for Gooblin here if they challenge it. And I actually like the bait for the scanner. They try to stick it. Swings for 1, and they had the line to go 1 and then transfer to 2. Very well organized there
Get ready.
from Vanguard Gaming on the effort. I like to see Tay trying to pull that off there, but this Ascendancy squad is dialed in. Excuse me, that was Mod, I think. I don't know, they all... Either way, Ascendancy, like I said, dialed in. 2-point lead, and now let's see. BGG, how do they answer back? What do they deploy on defense? You can't really vary up your strategy that much. That's a great smoke. Maybe actually 4 knock as they sit just on the edge of it here with a nice little angle. Gonna last forever though. They drop off as the smoke dissipates, recognizing their risk on the angle. Oh, and a nice nade there. Catches Robert out in the corner. A very early pick to set off this push. Here comes Tay with utility over the top. Flashes connecting on a knock to slow them down for a moment. Imagine swinging wide on the hunt for a multi-kill here, and they may just find it. 1, 2. Can they pick up the third? Bambuza's tucked inside the smoke, and as it dissipates, no, Imagine won't find the fourth. Bambuza with the double kill. It's Ascendancy so quickly taking map 2 to match point. Winner here, if they are, makes map 3 the series point. They could knock down the number 2 seed from Vanguard Gaming to the losers bracket in 3 maps. Where and what does Vanguard Gaming do? Where do they go? What do they do? How do they counteract Ascendancy, who are dialed in right now and have a 3-point lead? Map point for this offense. And I like it. I like seeing a change of pace here from Vanguard. Robert getting aggressive and shutting down Scanner, no less. It's a huge opportunity for this defense to do a little something. Try and crash back, but on the rotations they could get caught. And I like to see a really nice reaction here from Ascendancy, recognizing the risk, recognizing what's happening, trying to rotate back to Scanner in time before this defense sets up, gets over aggressive and collapses around it. Robert's the only one really in a forward position, and they can afford it. Nice swing there from Tay. Catches Scanner. Now what happens? Do they try and catch the cross, or do you play a little bit of a passive defense? Imagine's actually in a decent spot to swing out here and be a threat, and that nade nearly bounces and catches them. Super low HP. Flashed over the top to slow things down, but now the duo knows that there's one down here in this bottom side, and they'll both swing with perfect timing and coordination. A 2v1. Gooblin alone on Vanguard Gaming, trying to clutch the rotation. Almost catches the duo swinging to B site or A site, but it'll be a Scanner plant. And the 1v2 retake for Gooblin. Map point here for Ascendancy, and Gooblin has to clutch or they go to map 3. Still utility to be deployed is impressive. Still having that come in. 30 seconds left. Gooblin has to find this first kill very quickly. Ferdinand knows that it has to be fast, and so they're actually trying to draw it out, bait it out, pull them out here onto a corner. Great read from Gooblin, recognizing exactly what was happening. Catches Ferdinand, has to push forward and pick up the second kill, and Tay really just has to stay alive. Gooblin's trying to bait out a rotation by not overcommitting, and now the Scanner not going to get interrupted in time. Tay going to find the kill, and Gooblin, with the pressure on, can't lock it in, and it's Ascendancy in a 2-map win in our best of 5 series. And what are we tuning into here today? An underdog story? That's certainly what it seems like. Ascendancy dominating against Relentless EU, the number 1 seed. beating them in a best of 3 2-0. If this was a best of 3, they would have knocked Ascendancy down to the losers bracket. But it's a best of 5. And we're into the semifinals, and neither team has lost a series yet in this postseason. And so Vanguard Gaming are not going to go down easy, is what I imagine. With Miru and Suna in the books, it leaves us with a bit of an odd duck map pool. Maps that don't typically get chosen very often. Maps like Kitty, Frio, and Cliffside, which we saw Ascendancy play very well on against Relentless EU. So I don't know where our third map takes us. I don't know if we go into a semifinal. But we'll see. A shout out to everyone tuning in. Word on the street is that we are being screened on a big screen open room. If people are tuning in on big screen, a shout out to you fine folk at home. We do appreciate you. I appreciate everyone tuning in, quite frankly. Thank you all for stopping by, hanging out, and enjoying the action this afternoon. We got VR Tap Crazy. We got Dark Veil. We got Lime Juice. We got Moon Astro, King Bob, Pepsi, and Vodka. Moon Astro, thank you all for stopping by, hanging out, tuning in. Appreciate you. Big shout outs to you. We go to another pause. Not likely a long one. Not likely a timeout. But maybe, as we do get into I believe at least a sub coming in here on the, maybe Ascendancy side. That would be an interesting rotation, considering that they have been winning these last two maps together with this configuration. Do you want to change up the energy, the momentum? Maybe bringing someone fresh keeps things flowing and going as strong as they are. Maybe if you keep that 5, you get a little overconfident potentially even going into this final map. Who knows? Lots of things to consider. And I say final map knowing that it could very well be the beginning, really, of this series, because if Vanguard Gaming have anything to say about it, they have 2 maps to win to take us to that 5th map in this best of 5, and I do think that they're going to keep these next maps close. I do think Cliffside could go either way, and if it does go Vanguard Gaming's way, then it's frankly a toss-up on how this series ends. With Kitty and Frio as the final maps, it's going to be very interesting. So it's kind of really an inflection point in this series. This is where the best 3 maps are going to get played. And I wonder if Ascendancy actually has map pick here, because they're, no, it should be I wonder if Vanguard picks soon. I don't know who had, I think it was Vanguard, because they are higher seed. So I want to say they get to pick map 1, 3, and 5. It also depends on what maps they ban, because right now this 3rd map can only be the available 3rd map. They each ban a map in the pool. And then you play 3 maps, and then if you have to go to the 4th, you get to pick from one of the ban maps. I believe that's how we do things here in this best of 5. Quick shout out to VAIL and the Axe Labs devs of VAIL. Fantastic development team who has offered up a stellar prize pool for our champions. Why these teams are competing, and it's for a custom in-game cosmetic skin designed around the winning team, sold in the store, and portions of that revenue shared with the winning team. It's a really cool opportunity that only VAIL offers us at the VRML, and we really do appreciate everything that they do for the VR esports scene. It means a lot to us. It goes a long way for the VRML and enables us to offer you fantastic series and fantastic seasons like we have so far this afternoon. I do believe we're going to go to a tech timeout while we reset and get things organized. We're going to go to a brief break. When we come back, it'll be map 3 in this best of 5. Vanguard Gaming and Ascendancy, with Ascendancy in the lead, 2 maps to none. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up. back, everybody, to the VAIL VRML Season 4 EU semifinals in our double elimination bracket. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's, and I am joining you for our third map of the afternoon. And it's not a map that we have a pre-canned intro for. It's taken us to Frio for map number 3 to decide if this is going to be the series, if Ascendancy will move on to the championship round, or if we're going to go a little bit longer this afternoon in this best of 5. Vanguard Gaming on the defense, Ascendancy on the attack for our opening pistol round. And chaotic map on Frio here. Robert picks up 2, not before going down, but a nice slowdown of things for a moment. Scanner going to get planted towards B while the push comes in. Nice kill on the backline from Mott. Leaves Reality on VR all alone, getting pinched from multiple angles, and Scanner interrupted quickly by Vanguard Gaming. Finally, a strong start for them. I think they've had pistol round wins to open things up. I think, yeah, they actually had a 2-0 lead on Suna to start things off, so can't commit too heavily to either side yet, but a nice opener for VGG. Good defensive start for them. Oh, and the spring from Robert catches 2. They will go down. Reality catches one with a nade as well, so it does open up Scanner to be planted here. Gooblin with a nice lob over the top. A counter there. Doesn't quite get Gooblin or catch them down low on HP. And Mott here on a big swing on the backside with Gooblin on the front. Everyone's home. Scanner is not down for more than a few seconds before it's interrupted by VGG. And we're up 2-0. Right out the gate, a fast 2 points on Frio. And I think that's what Frio is going to be. It could be a fast one-sider. It could be a chaotic unleashing back and forth. I'm not quite sure quite yet, but VG off to a nice, comfortable start. And I think, if anything, Ascendancy are in a position of comfort. An awkward map, 3, one that doesn't obviously get picked very often. Maybe it does. I actually don't know how much they played this in the regular season. I bet you actually Kitty probably doesn't get played that much. Here comes the push. Oh, from the back line comes Gooblin. All of a sudden, the double kill. And now up through the middle is Tay getting pinched. And that's just been the story of this offense. They keep getting pinched, surrounded, collapsed on by a solid retake and coordinated effort on defense from Vanguard. A reminder that we go to the losers bracket for the EU region after this best of 5. So we have another best of 5 today. Catch out from Gooblin. Quick refrag does set things up nicely for the offense, and they actually really played this one out well. They read in to the overconfidence of Vanguard Gaming. Finally slowed things up a bit on the attack. Got clean control of A site. And as Ferdinand juggles some utility, waiting for that retake from Mott, the 4v1 begins, and Mott's going to get caught out in the open by the duo. Gets 1 for their trouble, but that's about it. And the first time that it went 3-0, but a nice answer back from Ascendancy, they at least keep answering back consistently. Can they put 2 on the board becomes the question. Can they start to chip away? That was a great, again, reaction to what was a very aggressive Vanguard defense. A confident Vanguard defense off of a 3-0 lead early here. Robert pushing up here through the fire and smoke. Catches one, looks for two, and picks up the double, not before going down. Look at the overhead. Look at how patient this offense is. They are really trying to force aggression out of Vanguard Gaming right now. Either that, or if they are staying stagnant on site, trying to catch them with utility. Big swing. Mott trying to catch out this back line on the offense. Gets one. Knows there's more, but isn't getting any over-aggressive commitments from the rest of the team. Imagine does drop back on a rotate. And that was enough. They pushed up. Mott caught one. They are low HP. With 50 seconds left, they've dropped back, tucked into B site, and that's most certainly where the push is going to come in. Look at how quick the reaction is from this defense, trying to crash back. They lose Mott over the top, and so now it's the duo on the retake here. Ferdamon catches the cross. Gooblin does scoop up on-site defense. Ferdamon's still alive and well, though, and as they try to stick the scanner, they may well stick it. Lots of time here. Oh, they pull their hand off. They could have stuck that scanner. Ferdamon drops back into the smoke. 25 seconds left. They still have time, so I guess Gooblin didn't need to stick it. Rotating around these crates here. Where does Ferdamon go? Oh, it's so close. Gooblin almost has Ferdamon, but the time is ticking down. They're not going to catch them. What did I just watch? That, I guess, I don't know what your other options are. You try and go back the way you try and literally play Ring Around the Rosie. You try and catch them, and you can't. I don't know. Is that still appropriate? Is that like okay to reference the Black Plague? Waiting to see if Knock connects with anything there. Robert over the top and Imagine up the middle. Do at least chip away and almost get their ankles bit. Not there. Nearly getting caught. B-site stacked. And I love to see Ascendancy putting two up on the board to answer back from this 3 unanswered points on defense. It's stressful on the Vanguard Gaming side to be able to know that this team can bounce back like they have been and that they do it consistently. Means you really got to stay locked in 24/7 in a series, and that is hard to do. You need some reprieve sometimes, a little bit of a break round. Oh, that's a quick win, hooray. I think any of those rounds are coming today. Here comes a big play from Tay. Well, that was a lot of rhyming. There's no way you're going to expect Tay behind you here. And so things start. Gooblin goes down on the back line. Tay is here on B site. Counter utilities coming in, so it's also prompting utility from defense. Robert catches Bambuza with Scanner, and Tay has to swing and commit. They'll find that kill. Scanner getting collapsed on by Mott. I wonder if the comms came in from the defenders that Scanner was here. It certainly did. Mott with the double. Huge swing out. Vanguard maintain a 2-point lead. And a nice answer back from them. 2 in a row. To a quick point back. 4-2 half on Frio. I don't know if it's enough already for Ascendancy or if the side swap means to. I don't know where that leads us in this series, but. Big kills. Tay and Semtac staying alive, catching these midfield defenders. Does open up the rotation nicely to come towards B. The scanner can get planted. Gooblin is in a good swing spot. They need Imagine to be there at the same time. The duo needs to pinch here. And they tried, but with 3 alive, it's a little harder to make that work. Good round for Ascendancy. Gotta wonder if we're going to go to another 4-4 half. I feel like we've had a couple of those. Actually, 2-5-3s as well, but still. An incredible battle between these two teams. Last time they played against each other, Vanguard won in the regular season. But it was close. It was very close. Good utility, good flashes. Huge flashes coming in that even allowed them to get as close as they did. And if you blinked, you missed that round. Went to Vanguard in a flash, quite literally. They tried to go heavy send towards A site. There was a lot of utility that came in from that the Ascendancy offense there. And I like the variety. I like that they had been sort of slow, methodical for most of that half. And then in that final moment where it's kind of do or die, if that play works, it's huge. You shut them down so hard, so quick, and set yourselves up for a 4-4 half. It's beautiful, but comes the challenge here, the push, and Tay comes out on top of that exchange. They'll go down and knock on the back line, and up front, a little battle in the smoke as they pop out, and a trade there. Somehow Bambuza catches that kill. We're into a 2v2 with Scanner rotating towards A site.
Started.
1v2. Scanner is down. Reality on VR having a tough time on Frio so far. Yeah, and this is just so hard to retake. Yeah, gonna be impossible unless they get the scanner on the. This is the one-handed scanner clutch.
Round starting.
Yeah, the pistol round goes to Vanguard. That's super, I think, an important one that sets them up for this map. I think we're headed to a map 4. It's Cliffside and Kitty are available too, though. So where we go, I don't know. I'm imagining Cliffside. I would be surprised if Kitty is where we get picked to. But that could be where we end the series, quite frankly. Best of 5 could very well end on that map. Oh, and imagine. Another swing up there from Mott. An absolute denial of this defensive half here from Ascendancy. This could be the 4-point lead. This could be Vanguard Gaming doing a little bit of what map 2 was for them. Giving them a little bit of the Miru treatment here on the BGG side. 7-3. And it's kind of cracked open a little bit. 2 more to go. They've got themselves a 4th map at least in this best of 5 series. Wow, and look at this offense. Absolutely dominant here as they roll into sight. Everyone alive on the attack. And it is Bambuza in a 1v5 retake. They'll go down, and it's a flawless offensive point. This is when things can get dangerous if you are Ascendancy. Maybe your best chances at map wins were these first two maps. It was on Suna and Miru, and now as Ascendancy settles in, they go 9-3 on map 3. Map 4 has a lot of momentum in their favor. I do believe it's picked by Ascendancy, though, and so maybe that's where we'll go cliffside and they'll find a little more comfort than on Frio. Because we're just not seeing the same coordination, quite frankly, from this Ascendancy squad.
Scan started.
And I gotta wonder if it's just the pace of the map. Maybe they're just not adjusting to this commitment to speed, but we're done with round 4. Round 3, map 3. We are done with round 3 just like that. Quick little reset. And it puts us into a position where we're headed to map 4 with Kitty and Cliffside on the menu. We've played on Miru. We played on Suna. We played on Frio. And we'll just keep the existing scores up there so you know where we're at in this best of 5 series. It's not a best of 3. I do apologize for not having a 5-round scoreboard, but we can imagine together. Just pretend there's more maps there, you know? Reminder for those tuning in, the last time these teams faced off, regular season, Vanguard won 25-19. That means that we likely went to a third map in that best of 3 during the regular season, for it to be that close in scoreline. I don't know where we're headed in this series, though. I don't see any subs. I don't see any swaps. I don't see any timeout being called. I don't see anyone taking a break. I do see Robert Tasman going 15-7 last map, with Mott going 15-5. A reminder that we have another best of 5 after this. The losers bracket matchup between Asterix and Relentless EU. Winner there moves on to face up against the loser of this series tomorrow morning. And the winner of that faces off against the winner here in the Champions, for that prize pool of the in-game custom design skins sold in the store and revenue shared with the winning team. Decent chunk of change on the line. Headed to our next map. I don't even have a map 5 thing, so map 4. Ascendancy on the attack. Vanguard Gaming EU on the defense. Let's see where things take us here. Pistol round opener, heavy stack towards B's side. It looks like they maybe did a little bit of a bait and switch, though, where they tried to draw out the defense towards that A site rotation with a little bit of early pre-fire. Robert nearly catches the nade kill there on the corner, but doesn't. And it's actually quite the back and forth here. They're trying to... Look at all the utility coming into A. The call out most certainly that A site's being pushed. And the retake coming in to A. Imagine and Robert both going to swing together to try and stack their odds. And it's 2v4. Excuse me. Yep, 2v4. I was right. Good smoke there to the back line. A trade back and forward with Noct catching Bambuza with a knife in the smoke. And 3 left alive on Vanguard Gaming.
Uninterrupted.
Pistol opener. This could be where things slip for Ascendancy. I do feel momentum shifting in the energy. Looks good for Vanguard Gaming. Early days, obviously, first round of the half. And Cliffside did go the way of Ascendancy against Relentless EU. That could mean that Vanguard Gaming did some videotape research and are coming in even more prepared. We will see. Good 2 kills there for the offense, but Robert been an absolute thorn in the side of this attack and shuts down Scanner and any hopes, really, of this round being easy. Ascendancy got to get rid of Gooblin, who's tucked in here, and they're not going to be ready. Reality on VR didn't know Gooblin was there. Neither did Tay, who is just around the corner. And Scanner's down for the 1v3 now with Tay. Low on HP. Does catch Imagine with a nade in their hand. And shouldn't necessarily run into Gooblin. Robert's the one holding down Scanner. They'll catch that right angle and 2-0 lead for Vanguard Gaming EU. Something that Ascendancy is getting comfortable with at this point. I think pretty consistently VGG has taken the lead in most of our maps.
Scan started.
Scanner is down, and a big rotation from Robert here catches one. The collapse coming in now, and another picked off. Reality AVR. The pop out up top leaves Mod alone, and they'll defuse that, interrupt that Scanner with plenty of time left. 3 in a row for Vanguard. They're coming off of a map 3 win. The tide is shifting into Vanguard Gaming's favor right now. We could decide this series on Kitty. That could be the determining factor. We'll have to see if VGG have anything to say about it. The early picks. Really working out nicely for this defense. Absolutely tucked in. Reality on VR tried to sneak up onto Nox Angle, but Mott caught them out in the trade. For a moment, Nock was still a threat on site. Now Gooblin has to try and hold things down and won't be able to do so successfully. Good utility comes in, good smokes. Zone off the push. And a huge shutdown on the back line means that it's going to be the duo with 25% HP pushing this front line together. And all it takes is a 1-2 transfer from Tay. A big point for Ascendancy, vital for them to shut down this lead, and they put one on the board on offense at least. They need that buffer I imagine they'll get maybe 3. They've pretty consistently strung together round wins to at least make it a streak of 2, and so I'm curious. Maybe an early pick here sets things right for this push with Ascendancy. And a huge double kill for Ferdinand, Robert, Tasm, and Gooblin. Robert, in particular, a standout shooter for this team on Cliffside right now. Scanner going to go down pretty easily.
Scan started.
And just comes down to knock. Syncing up with Mott on the pinch. Both sides covered. Ooh, and knock actually going to go down before they even have a chance. Bambuza was out there in an aggressive spot. Mott. All that's left is the nade and utility come out. Semtax swings the short corner and shuts that down. And like I said, Ascendancy getting pretty good at stringing round wins together. It really does come down to both teams reacting, though. Vanguard are going to play this next defensive round better than they have those last 2. I feel confident enough in that. And I don't know that Ascendancy have put 3 in a row against Vanguard yet. So yeah, and Robert getting aggressive, but cost of their life. A nice refrag from Semtex. Meanwhile, back on towards site. Knock trying to fend off the push. And it is coming. Reality on VR is here on this front line. Gets caught out by Knock on the back. Scanner in a tough spot. And it's a 2v4 now with Semtax trying to swing, trying to rotate, trying to catch any defenders in their crossing. Ferdinand actually does get one. That's a big snag. But they're way out in the open with Scanner. Super risky right now with this trio all here trying to collapse on Ferdinand. He needs support from Semtax on the back line because he's really kind of trapped here. Oh, and they've all actually dropped off their angles. Maybe they felt that that was a bait by Ferdinand. They did all take damage from it as well, so maybe they didn't want to keep getting chipped away. Oh, and what a good nade from Ferdinand to zone knockoff from the rotate. Gets Ferdinand up to sight, and Scanner should go down without any utility coming in. A bit of damage done to the back line of Semtax, and Ferdinand rotating all the way over, trying to tuck into a spot on this back line while this duo crashes in. 3v1 with Scanner down, and now the interrupt coming in. Good utility, late stage smoke. Quick answer back, Vanguard. Keeping that 2-point lead.
Round starting. Get ready.
But that third attempt was solid from Ascendancy. What do we do now? Back to B? I feel that maybe Vanguard are thinking an A-site push here. And at some point in the half, Ascendancy has tried a fast play. And so maybe VG is trying to anticipate a quick-moving offensive push here. And they finally read Robert's aggression, but cost them their life. Imagine here on defense. Goes down to a wonderfully rolled grenade, and it puts Gooblin into a position where they really have to hold down sight. One's with the catches. Oh, Scanner with a nade. Stops it from being planted, buys a lot of time.
Scan started.
As this now evolves into a 2v2, Gooblin nearly catching one. Ferdinand on the short corner. Swings out, catches Gooblin down. Mott in a 1v2. Has the HP advantage against Reality. And now with Ferdinand gone, oh no, it's up to Reality, a slice of HP. Scanner down, Mott trying to push up, 20 seconds left. Reality's here on the short corner. Mott's trying to push it out. Reality tucks back in. Mott continuing to try to swing back and forth. Goes for the one-hand clutch. Reality is super low. They swing wide in Reality with 1 HP. Finds the kill to keep Ascendancy close. 4-3 on the half. Maybe a 4-4 half. A big shout out again to all the fine folk tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action. Please do hit that subscribe button. We do appreciate your support if you are new. If you are just tuning in here, this is the 8th round of the half. After 8 rounds, we swap sides. Teams reset their economy, so back to a pistol round. And another 8 rounds of each team on the same side. So you get 8 rounds of attack and 8 rounds of defense if you go the full distance in a best of in a map. First team to 9 points wins the map, and this is a best of 5 series. So we've already played 3 maps out. You can see the scores at the top of the screen there. Shows you that Ascendancy is beating Vanguard Gaming EU overall in this best of 5 right now by a 3-1, or excuse me, a 2-1 map. And a big early pick. 5v4. A site's still on the menu for this offense too, as Mott kind of recognizes the threat that if they don't crash back and rotate with the position that they could find themselves in, and they're actually being surrounded by offense right up through the middle. No one's home to hold this down, and now the rotation comes in, but they've lost control of their lanes to rotate through. So Robert has to fight their way through Tay and everyone else on defense here. As Scanner goes down, it puts Nock and Gooblin into an awkward spot in a 1v2 with 5 left alive from Ascendancy. It's a perfect half so far, a perfect round from them so far. But Gooblin says, I'll get one. Maybe more. Pretty spread out defense. Pretty aggressive defense that's committing pretty hard to trying to catch this Gooblin player out. 25 seconds left, so Gooblin has to start to move. They zone out one potential angle, crash through the smoke to get up to Scanner. Aren't going to be able to get hand on Scanner in the smoke. And 15 seconds left. The half not going to go their way. And Ascendancy tie this up 4-4 as we swap sides. We go to pistol round here for the first round of the half, and then rifles and grenades into the hands for the rest of it. But I anticipate this. Well, I don't know where we're going. I don't know what to anticipate. We're into the second half of our 4th map this afternoon. Ascendancy lead the series. If they win here, they win the best of 5. Good retake energy here from Syntax and the team. Tay all crashing back nicely. And a nice swing there from Tay. Everyone alive and well on defense. That's a great retake from Ascendancy on the pistol round. The 1v2 super hard with pistols. Mostly because of their low damage, but... Quick shout out everyone tuning in. King Bob, Twisty, Mad Dog, Myth Hunting, Machine Face. I see Myth Hunting in here. My first VAIL game. Welcome, welcome. You're watching the top 2 EU teams in the region, or at least the current top 2. They're in the semifinals right now in our double elimination bracket. Undefeated on both teams. Neither team has suffered a loss yet in the postseason. Postseason has been going for 2 weekends already, and this is the final weekend where we will crown a winner. Oh, and a good frag from Imagine. Tay here on the outside smoke shuts Robert from pushing in. It's a good start to the retake, a 4v4. Big Imagine shutdown. They're going to be able to swing out here and pick up a double. Absolutely monstrous. That keeps things alive on the defense. Well, technically now defense. The offense has planted scanner and has to stop the defense from pushing up to that scanner and interrupting it. It's a reversal of roles where suddenly the attacking team has to defend, and Vanguard Gaming defended. A very nice push to A site. We're tied 5-5. Map 4 going to be just as close as the rest of them have been so far in this best of 5 series. Hit that thumbs up button if you can. We do appreciate all the support from everybody that's tuning in at home. East side push coming in strong. Bamboos is on site. A major thorn in the side of this offense that's trying to push to B right now. Mott finally dethorns the Rose, and maybe they can push in for a scan. Ferdamon and Reality both here, ready and right for the retake. Scanner does go down. Reality doesn't have any utility to dump into that scanner corner, so it's going to get planted. Means there's 45 seconds for this duo on defense to now retake site, and Ferdamon starts things off by turning it down to a 2v2. Robert super low on HP too, just a bullet away from going down. They put their strongest defenders on site, and Robert does damage to Ferdamon and turns and burns onto Reality on VR. Vanguard Gaming back in the lead, 6-5. On the attack, no less. Solid 2 rounds getting locked in. Ascendancy need to react here. They need to step up their defensive half. Otherwise, we're going to map 5. And it's a series like this that makes me happy we split this all up. Could have had 5 best of 5s last Sunday. Nice pickup from Gooblin. Reality on VR still here over top. Robert catches one on Tay as well. A lot of nades connecting. A lot of utility finding its target. Reality pops out for one. Mott with a quick refrag. They need Semtex on the front line to draw defenders that are holding Reality on VR down here. Gooblin in particular, a dangerous spot, tucked in, ready and waiting to pop up. But Reality on VR plays it calm and quiet, catches the kill. 20 seconds left. The retake is on. The push in from Semtex finds the first. There's still one left on the back, and it's Knock. They gotta interrupt Scanner. 12 seconds. They have to stick it. Knock has to collapse, push up, and stop the Scanner from getting interrupted, and they can't. The hand came off. They're not gonna get the Scanner interrupt in time. The hand came off. What happened there? Semtex, nobody knows. Vanguard Gaming, 7-3. 7-5, excuse me. Oh my goodness. Was it the flash? I don't think a flash pulls your hand off. Oh, Scanner. See Phoenix coming in here asking what the score is. There's a lot of scores. 3 maps have been played out. Those scores are above you. The current map 4 is right there on the bottom of the screen. Very aggressive D-side push coming in here. Semtex catches Mott on site. Reality on VR is still home at A, though, and he's trying to shut down the rotation, but they can't. Scanner gets planted. 3v2 retake. Ooh, and Ferdamon scooping up Robert. They're trying to drop back here to Ferdamon, who picks up the double, and Semtex will be able to sprint in with plenty of time on the clock interrupt scanner for the second successful defensive point on the board for Ascendancy, but it took them a little bit to get here, and now things are getting dangerous.
Round starting. Get ready.
If you're Ascendancy, you really almost, I don't know, I feel like if a map 4 slips out of your hands here, that 5th map might be even harder to get. It's, I don't know. Like I said, it could be Kitty that we get taken to, so that would be interesting. That's what I think it is going to be Kitty, so that'll be something, if that's where we finish the series. Great to see top teams play on it, quite frankly, because it does kind of go back and forth. There are offensive points that get secured. Oh, and Ferdinand! I think they ran out of ammo as they tried to spray down their opponent there. The retake is on. The crash back. Bambuza trying to collapse in. They'll go down to Robert Tasm, who finds 2, but it's a 2v1 now. Robert, a standout shooter, 15 and 10, holding things down, gets picked off, and we're tied 7-7, map 4.
Scan interrupted.
An absolute awesome series to tune into here this afternoon between the two current semifinalists in the EU region. Number 2 seed versus the number 4 seed, as Ascendancy have already knocked down Relentless EU to the losers bracket. We'll see that team actually play against Asterix after this series. And I don't, it's uncommon when more than 3 points have been secured in a row by a team, so we're about to see what's going to happen here. Scanner's going down in the smoke. Semtex can't stop it from getting planted. Does shut down on-site defense, though. And what happens for Robert? They have to crash back to this site with very little time. 3 left alive, looking at a lot of different angles, and they will get caught out. We will go to series point, and Ascendancy will be 1 point away from taking this best of 5. A spectacular series to tune into here in our semifinals, the opener for this weekend, where we will crown a grand finalist for Season 4. There will be a champion at the end of Sunday. Loser here goes to the losers bracket. They play tomorrow against the winner in our next best of 5. So there's a lot of VAIL postseason action left ahead of us. I like the change in pace. They needed to do something. They are kind of hard committing into some of these setups and really not finding the success they wanted. Now it's a slow time play, and Ferdinand opens it up with an early pick. Reality on VR is home and defending, and will pick up the second pick. The nade there. They pick up the third pick, and this offense gets cut down to 2 with Imagine at half HP into a 2v4. Tay finds the rotation that they're trying to deploy here, and how do they get out of here? That becomes the question. How do they get out of here? Maybe they rely on over-aggression. I don't know. Ferdinand shuts it down. It's Ascendancy defeating the number 2 seed in a best of 5, advancing on to the grand finals, undefeated. The underdogs in the postseason will advance on to play tomorrow against the winner of the losers bracket. What a series to tune into here, and what a performance from Ascendancy, bouncing back in a big way. And if you're Vanguard Gaming, that one has to sting. A tough loss and one that they were staring at for a while, a quick 2-map opener that put Ascendancy into a position where every next win was going to be the last win. And, whew, what a fun one. We now prep for our next matchup, Relentless EU versus Asterix, which should begin 10 minutes or so from now. And so we are going to go to a brief technical break, and when we come back, there will be more EU postseason action. And a reminder that tomorrow, the same time, same place, 8 p.m. PST, we'll be jumping in to see the loser of this matchup, Vanguard Gaming EU, go up against the winner of the matchup we're about to cast, Relentless EU versus Asterix. Then, the winner of that matchup will go up against Ascendancy for a grand finals battle. And if Ascendancy loses, we go to a bracket reset. So there's a lot of VAIL, VRML, EU, postseason, double elimination action left ahead of us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting through a bit of a break there as we get both teams into lobby and ready to go for our second best of 5 this afternoon. It's Asterix versus Relentless EU, the number 1 seed versus the number 3 seed. We've seen Ascendancy, the number 4 seed, beat the number 1 and 2 seeds. So who knows what's going to happen this afternoon, quite frankly. Asterix have played pretty solid so far throughout this bracket, with the off loss that they did suffer against Vanguard Gaming EU earlier last weekend, I believe. They started their double elimination bracket by beating Ascending in a 2-1 series. They lost to Vanguard Gaming EU already in this postseason 2-0 in a best-of-3 series. They then went down to face off against DNA, who ended up eliminating both Ascenders and Academy and beat DNA. And they now go up against Relentless EU again, who lost against Ascendancy. Vanguard Gaming also lost against Ascendancy. So we could very well see a rematch between Asterix and VGG in the losers bracket finals. That's where we're at right now. It could also be a number 1 seed versus a number 2 seed in the EU finals, or in the losers bracket. So either way, we're gonna get a great losers bracket series. We're gonna get a great best of 5 here, and we're ready to dive in to our first map of the afternoon. We've got. Oh no, we're not. I lied. We were almost ready to jump into our first map of the afternoon. But I do think I have teams on the right side at least, so I do believe Asterix starts defense, Relentless on the attack. Oh, other way around, actually. But we're ready to dive in to map number 1 in this second best of 5, the losers bracket best of 5, where the loser here has their season finished and their hopes dashed of being crowned that top team. It's Cliffside to kick things off. You got Relentless EU on the defense, Asterix on the attack. And round 1. Map 1. Pistol round opener, heavy A-side presence here for the offense. Asterix going to get scanner down uncontested, and our first little engagement here with Silent Platoon catching 2. Excellent double kill. Oh, and a long toss nade from Billion starts the retake off. Counter utility up over the top. Tabs catching a big nade kill. On to Natman, chipping down this offense to 2, but Tabs is low. Billiam's at half HP, and Mushroom takes the one shot they need to catch Tabs. And now Billiam takes the one shot they need for Mushroom. It's a 1v1. Billiam at half HP. Time ticking down. They're trying to stick the defuse one-handed and can't. Silent Platoon comes out on top.
Round starting. Get ready.
And oh. What happened? Well, that one I don't know. I don't know how we got here. And I think we're just running into some tech problems. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what was going on there. I think we were having some tech lobby issues, something along those lines. So we want to be sure we're doing our due diligence in these best of 5 series when it comes down to determining if you advance on to those finals or not. And yeah, we are going to reset the lobby, it looks like. So do bear with us while we do that. Quick shout out to everyone tuning in, hanging out. Appreciate you all stopping by. Farrell says W Nightfire for so many casts. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been fun. Honestly, it's great. Postseason's good. And the way we've broken it up, it's been enjoyable. So I've been having a great time. Got a couple hours left ahead on the EU side, then a little bit of a break, and then North America kicks off their semifinals matchups, which should be exciting. Single elimination, so basically do or die. Always a good time. Let's see. And we have our lobby reset, so it should be quick. Into map number 1. Let's go ahead and do this as well because we know map 1 is going to be Cliffside. We don't know where we're headed for the rest of these maps. And a reminder, this is a best of 5. We only are showing 3 maps. It's just the format we have for now, so do bear with us on that. I'll be sure to continuously remind you that it is a best of 5, though, and what the outcomes could be. Have no fear. Into the action. Round number 1. I do wonder, I think we might... I don't know. I don't know if we're going to replay it fully. Guess we'll find out. Because we're jumping in. Cliffside. Relentless on defense, Asterix on the attack. It looks like we're replaying. As they do prep to push out. A fresh start. 0-0, map 1. Do apologize for the tech hiccups, so hopefully we are limited. ZKK up front line on defense will go down to Sandy. Found themselves 2 kills and a clear A site. Scanners down, and no one able to even rotate in time. A dominant Asterix performance to open things up. Oh, and a great smoke. A good nade. A 1-2 punch on A site. Cracks open the hatch, and there's another good nade coming in. Huge utility tosses from this Asterix squad. Big success here on Cliffside right now as they cut down anyone trying to push in. A flawless round 2 on the attack. Last time these teams battled, Relentless EU won. Might not think that based off these first 2 rounds. Early days, obviously. You can't be making any assumptions out the gate. A good time to answer back is now, though, on the Relentless EU defense. And I like the change of pace coming in from Asterix as well. Getting too aggressive off of what was a very solid pistol and second round opener. And I feel like Relentlessly, you were like, okay, hold on. Slow it down. Put yourselves into some defensive positions that are super defensive. Let's play a retake game. The KK kicks it off with the first kill. Mushroom catching the rotation on the back line, though. Accurate. Not going to try to worry much about that as Mushroom does rotate away from Accurate back towards objective. Meanwhile, on objective, ZKK pushing up. Scanner is down, and everyone connects with kills. They leave Natman alone in a 1v4. Natman will catch none. And that's a nice bounce back.
Scan interrupted.
4 left alive. And a fast first 3 rounds. No real...
Get ready.
Eager, I think, is the way I look at it. We're with both teams eager to get into the action here. Folks have been asking for the kitty cat somewhere. A little weird today. Good swing out from Accurate, shutting down an aggressive push. Don't need to extend that far typically on offense. Where you do want to be is right on that tucked in corner. Screwin finds 2 with a nade up over the top. Kawaii. And ZKK catching their kills. The Ensign dissipates, and with 25 seconds left,
Scan interrupted.
the retakes are where Relentless EU is finding comfort on defense. Very nice bounce back from Relentless EU. What you'd expect out of a #1 seed that's 11-1 on the regular season. Ooh, and a nice nade from Tabs through the smoke. Silent Platoon, not ready for Billiam either, who was tucked in. Accurate shuts down Tabs, an absolute full denial. Relentless EU. Asterix went for the dunk, and they stuffed Asterix completely. Natman on a big rotate can run into a lot of defense here. I think one common trend we see in these top tier teams is that when they do find that advantage, they press it even if they are on defense. Want to make sure they catch rotations and stop them from happening so that they don't even have to send a defender to A. As long as you deny the rotation, you're good. Quick 3 points unanswered so far. Let's see if Asterix can tag one back on. Okay. Wait in here. Scanner goes down now. White peeks, and they'll catch their platoon. They'll pick up the Scanner planter, but Scanner does go down. Mushroom in a solid spot here. Doesn't have gun up, it seems. They'll go down. Natman and Accurate come together for multiple kills. Screwin still alive on the backside as well, but a point for Asterix nonetheless. Another close series, another heck of an opener to this best of 5. Map 1 tied 3-3 on Cliffside. Both teams showcasing some solid, dominant performances. the late stage deployment here. Kawhi 1, 2, can't make it 3. Does pick up the double. Zeke tucked in. Silent platoon holding a good angle here. Going to try and catch out the rotation from Accurate, but can't, and it's a shutdown from Relentless. Both sides doing their job. Scanner never went down, and so we go to the final round of the half. For those just tuning in, maybe not familiar with VAIL, this is the number 1 seed versus the number 3 seed in the regular season region. Or EU region, excuse me. Jeez. Battling it out against each other in a best-of-5, a double elimination tournament. The loser here is done. We're in the loser's bracket. The winner moves on to battle against Vanguard Gaming tomorrow. Can't get any more than that. Natman, thankfully, on the back line shuts that down. That could have been bad news for the offensive push here. Meanwhile, over on the edge, Mushrooms shutting down the rotation from defense from B-side. Billiam has to worry about this swing, and they're going to drop gun right as Mushroom peeks out, perfectly timed. The duo on-site does do some great work with Accurate and Zeke connecting, but Natman picks up the double. The half goes tied, and we swap sides in map 1. After 8 rounds, team swap sides. We reset to pistols for the first round, and then rifles in hands for the rest. Oh, and almost a double, but everybody goes down. On that side, an absolute wonderful collapse from the Asterix defense. Silent Platoon will finish that off with a solid kill, and Asterix take the lead, 5-4. I think that's the first time they've had it. I think it's the first time Asterix has led, so well, left-handed. Pretty cool. Nice nade from Tabs there. Catch is screwing out on site. Gives them this nice angle to peek out once the smoke dissipates. And they'll catch Silent Platoon. They'll swing for Natman. They won't find Natman. Scanner in Kawhi's hands. Natman throws a nade that forces the rotate. Mushroom catches the kill. Great coordination and teamwork from defenses. Asterix put 2 on the board. 6-4. 3 more to go, and they've got themselves a map 1 win. And there's a real chance that the grand finals is number 3 seed versus number 4 seed, instead of number 1 versus number 2. Well, how real is that chance? I don't know, but Anything's possible. Oh, and a big double kill. Natman tries to turn and burn for 3 and can't. Scanner does go down, though. Is going to slow up this advance. And they had the advantage of pressure. Now they have to throw out a scanner. And yeah, Nade and Utility are going to come in and stop that plant. Mushroom tries to swing out and catch some kills, but can't. Meanwhile, this duo, Screwin and Sandy, doing a little bit of work. Screwin here sees Tabs. They see the cross out. Tabs has scanner, and they may rotate and run for an A site plant to try and then crash. I don't know how much time. Yeah, they have plenty of time. No one's going to be home. Do you rotate? Oh, actually, like this is really high level stuff. They're baiting out the rotation back to A site so they can catch this kill and then crash back towards B as Screwin started to rotate to A. It's a really great way of dividing the team. It didn't need to happen. They didn't need to split up, but they did. And now Tabs is trying to execute on a really nice misdirect. With 35 seconds left to defend, no utility in hand, no grenades. Is going to have to push through the smoke to retake against Screwin, and so Screwin's going to hear Tabs coming. It's a solid defensive move. Oh, and the smoke! The smoke dissipates. Tabs clutches it. A great play from Relentless EU, and Tabs absolutely stoked. Have no fear, they come back in time. But a huge clutch. That one stings if you're Asterix. That was close. You should have had that. But that was just a great play from Tabs. Really well read to split up the team like that, and worked out perfectly. I think the split up was a bonus. I think that kill that Tabs got was a bonus. I think the play would have worked either way because they would have full sent to A, assuming that rotate was happening, but I like the spin back up to B. A very good play from Tabs there. Here comes the A side push. Not a lot of defense here initially. It's going to be all about the retake. Tabs catches Sandy. Mushroom with 1. Tabs trying to hunt for more out in the open as they start to lose their on-site defense 1 by 1. Down goes Tabs to Screwin, and Accurate alone to hold down the scanner planted. Good utility, good grenades. Smoke's going to disrupt, and Screwin catches them through the smoke. It's a 7-5 lead.
Scan interrupted.
Asterix locked in.
Round starting. Get ready.
Let's take a look at the KDs. There's some craziness going on there. Natman 17 and 7 on the half. An absolute reason in why this Relentless EU squad is down 2 points right now. Catches a double kill with the nade. Can't pick up the third, but still evening out the odds for the team, and now it's a 2v3 retake. Let's see what this duo can do. Mushroom and Sandy. A bit of utility left for them to work with as well. Oh, and Kawaii Angel catches Mushroom. Sandy gets one with the nade. Can't pull up in time to catch Kawaii, and it's a 7-6. Chipping away as Relentless EU not allowing unanswered points. Or multiples, at least. Oh my goodness, Silent Platoon. That is one way to get around.
Match point.
Blink, did you miss that one? An absolute swing from Silent Platoon off of the flash. Zeke, Kawhi, Angel, and Tabs all going down. That man scooping up the final two to push them to 21 and 8 on the half. And we're into a 3v3. Scanner going down at A. So the retake is on. How do you approach this? Nice pickup from Natman again, catching out Billiam. Sees the rotation from Angel, but can't find the angle. Screwin scoops it up, and it does leave Zeke alone. 1v2, smokes are coming in. This is going to make it tough to completely deny that scanner interrupt now as the sole defender, and they're going to have to come flying out of the smoke. Pick up the first spin for the scanner interrupt kill, and they'll catch it. Zeke with the clutch.
Match point.
The absolute play from Zeke. In what was otherwise a wonderful setup from that defense. Really well timed. Ooh, and that nade nearly delivers some bad news. Oh, and that man tried to spring the trap, but that's a strata play. That's something they've deployed a little bit too many times. One too many. Zeke tucked into the tight corner. Dodges the flash, swings out for any kills, but can't. Silent Platoon finds one. They crashing towards site, confident that no one's home. Plenty of utility here, plenty of defense. Fending off the rotations. Accurate picks up a double. Silent Platoon is going to stick the scan interrupt. No, Accurate shuts it down. We're going to overtime. And map 1. When the map's on the line, neither team is sending. Neither team is committing to over-aggression. Both teams are taking their time. Both teams are methodical. Utility placement is key, essential on where it needs to go, and Silent Platoon places one right on top of Billiam's forehead. That's the scanner carrier, no less. And so it allows an opportunity for Screwin to follow up with another nade. Catching the scanner holder again. Screwin with the second. Screwin's with the third. Silent Platoon is here. And Accurate is alone. In a 1v5. It's Asterix. Scanner down on site. And a colossal W for Asterix to come out map 1. And what an opening series to this best of 5. I'm gonna run out of voice if this is how things are gonna be going. Wow. That was crazy. That was a great map one. That was a great map one. It's gonna be hard to have better maps than that one right there. That was awesome. A very good opener to this best of 5, and a reminder that it is a best of 5. Getting this readily available. I got one that's cutely bundled up and sleeping, so there's no way I can't, like, you know, pick that one up. Just too cute. But if the Chungus comes in here, we'll be sure to grab him. The thick boy. Last time these teams played, Relentless EU won 22-16. And it's just something in the postseason air with these lower seeded teams, but Asterix off to a great start. And again, it's just the early days. Map 1 in a best of 5, so there is plenty ahead of us. I think we're going to do a little tech pause here. A little swapping around for map 2. So do bear with us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. And we'll be diving in to the rest of this best of 5. Map 2 coming up. Back, everybody. We are here and ready for our second map of the afternoon. Taking us to Suna Night. On the offense is Relentless EU. Already suffering some early nade damage there. On the defense, Asterix with an early map 1 lead. We'll see how map 2 shakes out. Good opener here for the Relentless squad. Absolutely sprinting through sight. Natman
Scan started.
certainly did an incredible job in map 1, but a 1v3 in pistols is definitely going to be a hard achievement to accomplish here. Not quite ready for tabs.
Round starting. Get ready.
And that is definitely a good way to crack open map 2, coming off of a really hard map loss. Hate. 5 left alive on that final round, too. Just a round that did not work out. A play that did not work. That came in from Relentless EU there. But I love to see it. Moving a good swing here. Natman shuts down one. Realizes that there's no attack coming in towards B anymore. And I love the rotation from Relentless EU on this site to go so quickly to A site. That scanner drop did give some valuable seconds for this rotation, though. They planted it a little bit faster. Would be a little bit more rush. Ooh, Quiet Angel swings for one. Can't find two. Sandy's there. Bush coming in on to site. A 1-for-1 leaves us into a 2v2. Mushroom swings out, trying to get both here in the corner. Tries to dive in and trades with the important one. Scanner getting interrupted by Sandy now. It's going to force the swing out from Abita. But it's the swing out with a pistol in hand, so Abita gonna win that one. It's kind of like a hope, you know, like if you pull the pistol out while you're interrupting the scanner, like maybe I'll get 3 bullets into the head without two-handing the pistol. Just doesn't, hard to do. But we'll say on that one. Everyone's Sandy blind by a really nice flash. Does peek out, but can't catch Tabs. Tabs with the double. Goes down to Screwin, still here on the short corner. Nice nade toss from Screwin, trying to cash out that back line. Tucked in here on the ladder, avoiding a lot of the utility and nades that are coming their way. Kawaii Angel's right here. I think Screwin's going to try and pop up with the pistol and catch them out, but Kawaii Angel picks up the double. A good setup turns into disaster as Silent Platoon now has to clutch the 1v2. Finds the first. Kawaii Angel's super low, so it's only a bullet away, and they've got them. They could one-hand scanner plant. The pistol would do the job. Oh, and the flash from Silent Platoon. Wonderfully played there, baiting out the push in. That's a solid point for Asterix right when they needed it. Puts them back on the board, stops the bleeding. 2-1. Map 2.
Round starting. Get ready.
Here's some good questions in chat. Folks asking about how the game plays out, the format, how people pick kits and stuff. We'll touch on that in a bit as nades and utility do come in. Platoon here on site. Pops out and catches Billiam. Using this smoke to their advantage now. Dropping back in its cover to tuck back in and pick up a triple kill. Silent Platoon coming alive in map number 2. 6-2. At the start of every round, you do get to choose your kits. Yes, I see. Are the Mets pre-selected, or do the teams get to pick them when they host? Or the the maps, maybe we were trying to say there. Maps, yes. See, I got it. There's 5 maps in the map pool. Each team gets to ban a map, and then home team picks the first map, away picks the second map, home team picks the third map. If you go to a 4th map, then you play one of the two band maps. Sandy. Screwing. Tabs popping out saying hello with a triple kill. Just like that. B sites cracked open. Sandy has to shut down this threat of Tabs in the corner because they are a heck of a threat and it's a 1v1. Sandy wins. Asterix take the lead.
Round starting.
This series keeps delivering. It's unbelievable. Let's take another look at the triple. Clip after clip. Welcome in, a good steak. Chell, thank you guys for tuning by. Farrell's answering some good questions. Thank you, Farrell's. Appreciate everybody hanging out and enjoying the action here. Yeah, they've run into enough resistance on site to not feel comfortable about this push, and they're going to go for a quick rotation. One that Silent Platoon isn't hearing any of yet. Does catch accurate out, and that may be the indicator. You can see on the overhead the team crashing back to A site. Silent Platoon picks up a second kill. An absolute menace as they pick up a third. Can't pick up the fourth or fifth. Scanner does go down, and it's buying time for the rest of this defense to collapse. Tab suddenly stuck in the 1v3. Does have the scanner in 30 seconds. An opener there for Mushroom that puts Asterix up 2.
Round starting.
The half starting to get a little bit away from Relentless EU, but the answer back time is now. And so we'll see after they've tried to deploy B site a couple of times. They've found some success A when they've stacked it. I think we're going to go B again, or at the very least look for picks B, and then that'll determine on the rotate or not. Accurate and silent. On the hunt, Mushroom and Abita going down. It leaves Silent Platoon to do the cleanup work. And who's left alive? Nobody. The round's over. The flashes are thrown late. Asterix. 3 points. 5-2, map 2. Their defensive half looking clean. If they go 6-2 here, I'd say that's a 5-3 half, honestly, with a side swap on Suna ain't... Actually, I don't know if that's good. I feel like you want to get more offensive points on Suna in particular. Oh, and Kawaii Angel's sneaking up here. You're going to cash Mushroom. Tabs getting a screw, and it's a big opening on B site. Natman getting picked off by Tabs, too. It could even be an A site rotation if they want it to be. Tabs with a triple kill. Oh, my goodness. Sandy left alone in an absolute dominant final offensive round. Where was that? All half is the question. because now they swap sides, go to defense. Asterix on the attack, and I'm not sure where this series goes. A 5-3 offensive half, or defensive half, is solid, I think, on Super. Kawaii Angel with the double kill on short. Billion here watching long, trying to catch out the cross, can't. But not a lot of hope for Asterix on the pistol round there. And maybe it's going to come down to how strong Relentless EU is on defense here, because this could be a couple of consecutive rounds in a row for Relentless EU, and suddenly it's map 2 done and dusted, and we're on to a 4th map guaranteed. Somehow I don't think it's going to be that easy. Tabs absolutely dialing in right now. Sandy with a pistol kill over the top on the Tabs. The push coming in onto sight. Sandy finding accurate, and just like that, Abita's alone. Scanner going down, and what a wild swing in there from Sandy. What warranted the revolver to come out, I gotta know, but still, a huge kill. And let's see, the 1v2 health advantage, Abita, even adding both players' health bars together. Abita's still fuller. Gonna catch Sandy out uncontested too, doesn't even take damage for it. And is gonna try and plant in Scanner smoke, or at the very least draw out the final defender here. Mushroom comes barreling in, and Abita plays it well. Relentless EU put another one on the board. The hatch gets tied up pretty quick, and starting to feel like the momentum shifting back into Relentless EU's side. Oh, and Silent fortunately catches Tabs in a little bit of an off-meta spot there, trying to surprise them through the smokes. Meanwhile, a distraction being drummed up by Screwin, and everyone over at B. Abita with a double kill nade. Oh no, everyone was stacked so heavily. Yeah, they know this retake's coming. They're not even going for a plant right now. It's a very interesting play, actually. I like that they're just staying tucked in, trying to play the defensive advantage more. Can't quite hold off the onslaught, though. And that's 3 unanswered points. Relentless EU so quickly chipped away at that 2-point lead. Looks like the offensive half was good enough for them. 4 round wins for Asterix are needed now. And they need to come alive. Otherwise, this could get out of control in map 2. And a Vita with the quadra kill on site.
Round starting.
I want to talk about someone coming alive here. Someone carrying a team. Abita and Tab. 16 and 5, 15 and 8. You'll remember Natman in double digits last map, now 4 and 11, and so sometimes you stand out, sometimes you're not, and that can be a deciding factor in how a map turns out. Kawaii Angel with the nice nade, cutting down Silent Platoon, who's been a standout shooter. Tabs comes diving into the smoke for 1, picks up 2. Everyone's down on the attack and screwing. Find themselves alone, trying to rotate out. Abita getting aggressive, not ready for screwing to be where they were. The 1v4 staring them down. Accurate. Finishing things off, putting it to map point. Map number 2 in this best of 5 series guarantees that we're going to go to a 4th map here today. Relentless EU snag this one. And it could have been us going to series map if Relentless EU had squeaked away in that tie 8-8 map 1, so been pretty close, technically leaning Relentless EU's favor for most of the afternoon, but it's been barely there as we do get into another push here. Billiam and Abita continue to be major threats on the defensive front line. Natman and Sandy not quite finding it. 4v2 scanner still not down. We've been seeing this again, the delayed scanner plant. They're trying to catch the rotation out before they hit that scanner. Gonna be real tough here for Sandy alone in the 1v4. This looks like it could be Relentless EU taking a map. One v3 has been secured, though. That's pretty decent. Can't find Kawaii Angle at the back line, and Relentless EU jump in to the fray. This best of 5 with a map win themselves. And we are tied up in our series 1 apiece. It means we're going to 4 maps for sure today in this series. Does mean a long EU day for me, but also again, good games. So I can't complain really much at all here. Hopefully both teams will dive into map 3 pretty quick, and they do. No delay. Map 3 has been decided, and we go straight into it. And technically it already was decided because, again, the way the format works, you ban a map each. So there's 3 maps available to pick from. Home team gets to pick the first map.
Use this time to warm up.
And third map, maybe side on third map, I guess, because the third map's already been picked. And then the 4th and 5th maps are picked from... Hold on.
Match starting. Get ready.
Cat face. I love you. There he is. Got to see him. The cat tax has been paid for the EU stream, finally. Into the action we go. Round number 1 in the pistol battle. And that's one way to start a map.
Round starting. Get ready.
Relentless EU are relentless in their pursuit for victory here. That was a very quick map 3 opener. We dove right into it, and on defense no less, they overwhelmed that B-side push. Nice kill there from Accurate. 5 still alive on defense. Look at 4 as Screw-In finds 1 at A, and Scanner does go down at B relatively uncontested. Retake energy here as Tabs does shut down Mushroom. Scanner is planted though, and this does look good for Asterix. They're going to need to swing out here. Shoot him through the smoke, and that man will catch 2. Sandy is here to pop out if needed, but on the back line is Screw-In and ties it up 1 apiece. Map 3.
Get ready.
Ooh, Inaccurate with the double kill. Screw-In on the back line tried to do some work, but got flanked by Abita, and
Get ready.
I think 3 points is solid on offense. I think 3 points is a solid offensive opener for Asterix if they can manage that. And for the side swap, they tuck in, but that 3 may be tough to get. Relentless EU are locked in. They've got that map 2 victory. They're trying to push this to a map 4 series decider. Maybe a little over-aggression here from the Relentless EU squad. When I like the misdirect here, the double kill and a beautiful play from Abita. The scanner goes down and absolutely playing that smoke perfectly. Puts Natman alone. Scanner well protected. Now they know Natman's location. Accurate may get aggressive, and I think that's what Natman's trying to predict. Trying to catch this flank before it hits them. Got a little time. They got a little time. They know Scanner's down. They know now if Natman's there that, well, that's where they are. The scanner is still here. They're still going to have to push. Abita waiting in the wings for the kill here. Just buying time. Will eventually actually catch the kill in Relentless EU.
Round starting.
Off of a huge double kill there from Abita. We'll grab that round. And the way they played that smoke was real nice. Very well done. Oh my goodness, and chaos on the scanner plant does leave Tabs far enough away from objective. Scanner is down. And the clock is ticking. Silent hears these coughs from Tabs through the smoke. As smoke dissipates, they're going to lose those audio cues, so Tabs goes quiet. Popping out his Silent platoon, though, and Tabs not able to cover all of the possible angles. A nice point for Asterix, tacking it on there. And like I said, 3 might be enough on their offensive half. If they can secure that, side swap could be what they're looking for. The cat's name is Sunshine. Sleeping in right behind me right now. Silent platoon on site, absolutely overwhelming defense, and now Accurate has to watch for this big swing around that they know is coming. Silent catches Accurate back there on the back line. Tabs trying to get rid of the front line defense. Has to worry about every single angle pushing them, essentially, as there's a lot of attackers left alive here, and it's a nice third point for Asterix.
Round starting. Get ready.
If they go positive here on offense, I think we're headed to a map 4 series decider in favor of Asterix, quite frankly. I think that's in the cards. Ooh, and an absolute bloodbath after Scanner playing here. In the smoke, Accurate's going to try and stick it, and actually, is anyone here to stop him? I don't think so. Oh, Sandy connects blind through the smoke. Time ticks down. Kawaii Angel can't get here to kill Sandy. And now Sandy has to pop out. Are they going to be able to get there in time? They didn't get it! They didn't catch the kill in time. The scanner got interrupted. What a weird round. Sandy, oh my goodness, was so close. This first half as close as the rest of the series has been all day long, frankly. Ooh, and a big swing from Silent there. Puts Tabs on the back foot, but Tabs will trade down with Silent. Scanner is planted. Mushroom on the front line here. Trades in a 1-for-1. Sandy and Screwin into the 2v2. Screwin way out in the open. Sandy swinging. Here comes around the smoke. No, Accurate tucks in. I like the play. I like the choice. Is it going to be in time? Sandy again into the position where they have to stop the scanner plant in the smoke. And the nade won't get them again. There's no way that happened twice. Killing them as they're interrupting. Those are some crazy sticks right there. That's really a lesson in how to just commit to interrupting a scanner. Wow. Wow. That was... I don't think I've ever seen that. Could be 5-3 the other way right now. 100%. Ooh, Silent ran out of ammo there on that swing. Big backline defense there. Sandy shutting down Accurate. That would have been bad if Accurate had gotten around to the backline of this retake here. Oh, and Guai Angle with the Angel. Catches the kill. Relentless EU in clear control. Up 3.63. 3 away from pushing us to map 4, where they could decide the series. And maybe this number 1 seed is settling into a rhythm more familiar to what they found in regular season. Maybe Asterix can stop the bleeding now. With a huge double kill on the back line. Natman here as well on the front, and just like that, Asterix do pick up the vital defensive round in a most dominant fashion with 4 left alive. The perfect way to shut down a runaway train that was 3 unanswered points there. Screw in here, trying to defend up through the mid. Probably worried about the standout gamer tabs. They've been playing excellent today so far, as has the entirety of Relentless EU. Asterix starting things off with an early kill from Sandy is certainly nice as well. Scanner does go down despite there being 5 defenders alive. And on the retake comes in Screw-In from the backside. Tabs gets picked off by the remaining defense crashing into sight. And I don't think Screw-In saw Guai Angel there in the corner, but eventually they'll pick off everyone that's left alive. And a defensive point for Asterix, chipping away at that lead from Relentless EU. Like I said, a couple of points on the attack might be enough for them because the defensive side a little bit more favored on Miru. Oh. Oh, Natman saving Mushroom. Coming in for support. But Scanner's down. Tabs just cuts down Natman too. That makes the Scanner interrupt almost impossible to solo for Mushroom. They made the right choice to commit out for that swing and try and go for the fight, but point goes to Relentless. Here we go, back into it. Step away there briefly, Natman. Tucked in and waiting for this push, which is coming now. Plenty of utility to allow Tabs to get right up into the face of Mushroom. Silent Platoon goes down. Sandy goes down, and this defense getting picked apart on the Asterix side. Natman's so far away on the flank, but does end up running into the team rotating out from objective plant. Only able to get one before Billiam and Abita finish off screwing, and
Match point.
we go to map point. Relentless EU starting to settle into a bit of a rhythm, it feels like, and that's a dangerous place if you're Asterix, because this could be the end of your season. Silent Platoon on a big send here. Gets blinded by the flash on sight. Crashes back into the smoke past Tabs, who was tucked in there. Tabs comes flying out into Sandy. Sandy catches one with a nade. On the flank comes through. Screwing, and now it's Kawaii Angel with Scanner still not planted. Oh, and Accurate alive in the mid. Who I didn't see, and neither did Sandy. Another round for Relentless EU. And well, it's going to happen eventually, but we go to series map for Relentless EU, next map. And I think we're settling more into the predicted matchup results here, where Relentless EU certainly are fighting close with Asterix, but not losing to Asterix. Based on regular season outcomes, Relentless EU sitting at that number 1 seed, 11-1. Asterix 8-4. And for those not aware of the format, it's a best of 5, not a best of 3, so have no fears, we're still playing. And each team bans a map. Home team picks map 1, away team picks map 2, home team picks side for map 3. Home team or away, I don't actually know who picks map 4, but you pick from the banned maps. And that's what we're doing today. Kitty was originally banned, but now it's not, because we're playing on it, and Kitty Knight for map number 4. On the defense, we've got Asterix. On the attack, Relentless EU. Oh, and look at that man playing patiently in the smoke. Pops out for accurate, still on site now. Has the surprise angle on the Billiam. 2 kills in the books, and Asterix off to a good start for map number 4. A reminder, Kitty typically lends itself to be defensive sided, but when you get into the top tiers, we did start to see it shift a little bit more to offense. Rounds are able to be secured, it's just a little bit rare. Billiam taking the kills over towards B. Screwing still here. Tabs getting very close. Mushroom finds the kill onto Tabs. It does put Scanner stuck down here with Kawaii, and maybe the defense starting to collapse on this duo here if they don't push out fast enough. Screwing in particular here to catch the rotation. They'll find Scanner down. And the bounce frag from Screwin finishes things off.
Round starting. Get ready.
Another dominant defensive round. Asterix starting to settle in. Oh, and Scanner goes down to Mushroom. It was maybe looking like an offensive point was going to get earned here. They had A site controlled, but the Scanner couldn't get there. And Tabs is fortunately able to grab that Scanner in the first try. Interesting smoke there that kind of zones Mushroom out as well. And Tabs is sending it around on this rotation wide. Billiam catches Mushroom getting drawn out now, and now it's Natman alone in the mid. Does Tabs need to send it around to B is the question.
30 seconds remaining.
Oh, the cross was caught. Natman's not going to be able to get that Scanner interrupt. He's ditched the Scanner. Could have stuck it. Natman finds one. Scanner is planted now. Tabs alone. Tabs swings and Natman goes down. A nice answer back for Relentless EU. It's map number 4. Two offensive points. Might set Relentless EU up enough on Kitty for the side swap. Here comes the push. Offense is barreling in. Anchor catching out. Mushroom scanner going down. 4 alive. This is a good setup for Relentless EU here as Tabs cuts down Silent Platoon. That man alone and dead from Tabs. Another great nade and Tabs.
Round starting. Get ready.
4 and 2 standing out these last few rounds and putting Relentless EU tied in the first half of map number 4 of this best of 5. A reminder, too, that we have 2 more best of 5s later today at 2 p.m. PST. Mushroom and Sandy getting pushed. Mushroom gonna be right here on the front line. Sandy catches one. The push certainly coming through now as Mushroom catches a beta as well. Scanner not gonna get to site very easily here. And a good shutdown. Asterix with the proper rotation this time. Oh, they got caught out on that A-side rotation last round, but very nice job being there in time and ultimately maybe a little bit slow on Relentless EU and pushing the scanner to A. Wonder if maybe the lesson learned here is to pick up the pace a little bit, but don't want to get over aggressive and give up rounds. Maybe that's what they learned on Cliffside. Ooh, and Sandy gets Scanner down. Screw-In picks up a double as well. Sandy was in a nice spot there for a moment, but Kawaii Angel shuts down Screw-In on the rotation. Natman gets to A site, and they are going to be a threat here. So much so, actually, I think they call in a rotation off of A. That man's trying to read that. Rotation catches Kawaii Angel. Thinks there might be more to cross. Doesn't know if Scanner got past them already. And it did. Abita is going to get to B site. Scanner will get planted. They'll force Natman to push.
Scan started.
We'll see. Maybe a third point. Maybe a clutch from Natman here. They've had a few of them today so far. 4 and 2 on the half, no less. They do commit. Full send now. Time ticks down. 25 seconds. It's going to come down to an awkward fight around Scanner site. Especially if Abita plays it correctly. No need to pop up and get aggressive. They'll swing out anyway and find Natman. But it's a third point for Relentless EU. Map 4 looking good. Kitty with 3 offensive points. I think that's right now already a solid offensive opener. 5-3 would be good. But like I did say, again, Kitty used to be very defensive sided, pretty much like guaranteed the pistol round was going to be your best chance. They're lucky. That's interesting that it works that way. They can catch an enemy's knife and then throw it into his teammate and it doesn't kill him. To recognize it coming from his teammate, not an enemy. He caught the knife. I've never seen that. Oh my gosh, what a transfer. What a great nade throw as well. But how to catch that jump peek is crazy. Round's looking good for Asterix, but Tabs creeping and crawling up inside this back line now. Catches Natman. And the 1v3 in front of them. Scanner's down on top of Silence position, so it's gonna be pretty tough for Tabs. And it ends up going the way of Asterix.
Round starting. Get ready.
Asterix need this win to take us to a map 5 series decider. Relentless EU on the side swap need to lock it in to get themselves a series win and advance on to challenge the number 2 seed in the losers bracket tomorrow. Winner goes up against Ascendancy. Scanner is going to get planted in this chaos. Silent Platoon way behind the front line here now, getting to a spot where they're trying to challenge the back line, but it's nicely defended. Meanwhile, Screwin here to support. And Silent catches one, makes it 2. Now they've got the advantage on the scanner interrupt. They know where Abita is, and that's the 3rd, and that was close. That almost was. Asterix in a tough spot, 4-4 on a side swap. Even now they're in a tough spot, 5-3, because we've seen side swaps. And we've seen what happens when Relentless EU gets onto the defense. They can play a pretty tight defense. So I anticipate more of the same. Much like their counterparts, Relentless EU with a commanding pistol round win. Do have a challenge link. Scanner planted B with Kawaii pushing up here. Somehow turns onto that kill. Doesn't catch the double. Sandy shuts it down. I don't know how they spun.
Round starting. Get ready.
for that kill, but that's an offensive point on the board for Asterix. Not easy thing to do on this map. Oh, almost the double there, but Mushroom shuts down Abita before it gets too chaotic. Scanner goes down really quick too, and actually Asterix is looking good here on their offensive half. This is going to be another offensive point on the board. And that was easily earned.
Round starting. Get ready.
I am very impressed. Asterix here could be taking us to a 5th map. Relentless EU put up 3 on the attack as well. That also impressive. There's 2 quick points, though, that they've tacked on. I gotta wonder what the plan is. If you're on defense here, how do you adapt to this? How do you adjust? Oh, and Abita again getting super aggressive. I like the setup here. They're not overcommitting. They're in solid positions covering late stage angles, not getting too aggressive. I suppose I say that knowing that, and that Billiam here pretty far pushed up.
Seconds remaining.
Ooh, and a nice swing there from Billiam.
Round starting. Get ready.
Have a second cat to showcase to everybody. She got up for a moment, so I get to show her off. That's 2 cats for the price of 1 stream. Pretty good stuff. Oh my, Kawhi's still here on defense. Goes down to Sandy finally, but B-side is open. 3 left alive, onto the retake. They need to stop this bleeding. They need to stop what has been Asterix running away with this offensive half. Good start. Accurate goes down, and now they'll be able to interrupt Scanner. Chip away at the 2-point lead and try and achieve that victory in 4 maps in this best of 5. That's the goal for this Relentless EU squad. They've got maps 2 and 3 locked in. Asterix won map 1, and so if they can win map 2, like I said, we're going to a 5th. But this is Relentless's EU map and series point here. If they win this map, they've got themselves the victory. They advance on to go up against Vanguard Gaming in the losers bracket. Ooh, and a tough miss there for Abita. Gets surrounded here. Does actually pop out for one, but way in the open, they'll go down. Does slow down the play here on Scanner Plant, but Natman's up and in a front line position. Very tucked in. Gonna catch Kawaii Angel out. Gonna swing for more and will pick up a huge double kill. Mushroom on the back line and Asterix take us to an 8-6.
Match point.
We could be going to a 5th map here. We could be going to Frio to decide this series. That's where it would be. Ooh, and Abita finally on the aggression pays off with a double kill. Don't get any more than that though. Scanner has committed to A side. Very deep. And the option of rotation now getting eliminated as Natman getting surrounded here. Billiam slowly coming in from the flank. Tabs trading down with the Scanner. Benefits the defense overall. And Billiam. They're going to keep Relentless's EU hopes of a Series W alive. We could be going to overtime. That's the pursuit here right now. Relentless EU want to lock in this next defensive point, take us to an OT do or die round. Asterix are just a round away from taking us to a whole other map. And that's one way to start off things. Scanner might be second guessing the A side push, and oh, that rotation over to B is also dangerous. Tabs catches a nade on a Natman. 2v5, we are screwing and Sandy very quickly, 3v2. They have all the cards in their hands. They can play with this defense in a lot of different ways. Misdirect left, right, across to A to B. Try and pull them to A. I mean, that's what they're doing now. You look at the overhead and one on each site and one in the middle. Either way, you're at a disadvantage as long as you stick together on the duo there. And the push coming in ends in a trade on site. Scanner goes down. Now it's going to be a 1v2 the other way. The duo on the retake, working together to push up against the solo. Sandy here, trying to defend the Scanner. Defuse on site, ends in a trade. We're going to an overtime. Scanner interrupted. Relentless EU a round away from taking this best of 5. Asterix a round away from losing. And their season being done. A round away from taking us to a 5th map. Not far. Just a few seconds away as we crack in to round 17 of map number 4 in this best of 5 series. Thank you all for tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action. Certainly has been a heck of a couple of games today. These two series have been fantastic to tune into. No matter what happens here, I'm happy that we're here. Abita has been playing aggressive the last few rounds. They should start to read this, but they trade into a 1-for-1. A site is where the play will be. Tabs been a vital element to this team all day today. Put on some huge plays, some huge executions, some huge 1v1s, 1v2s. Trades down there. Scanner still into the hands. On site we push. 3v3, 8-8. Round number 17. Scanner's going to go down. It's going to come down to a retake for Relentless EU. And that is no easy feat. They're trying to play it slow. They're trying to play it cautious. They don't have a lot of time to do that, unfortunately, so at some point the commit has to be to speed. And actually, very valuable information for Hawaii here. Turns it into a 3v2. The retake is on as they start to collapse into sight. 15 seconds left. William is closest. They win the trade to Sandy. Are they going to get a hand on the scanner is the question. There's one on it. They find Screwin, and it's going to be Relentless EU, clutching it in overtime and locking in map number 4 to win the series. The number 1 seed is here for a reason, and they move on to challenge the number 2 seed, Vanguard Gaming, tomorrow. It'll be the first game that we dive into because then it's the grand finals. Ascendancy, duking it out against the winner of Relentless EU and Vanguard Gaming. Either way, we're getting a rematch in the championships. And either way, we had a great couple of best of 5 series here today. Wow. Shout out to the players this afternoon. Those were some stellar battles. Really fun to tune into. Really fun to cast. Shout out to everyone tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action. And a shout out to Axe Labs for supporting the VRML, giving us that prize pool of that in-game custom design skin for the winning team that's sold in the store, and portions of that revenue are given to the winning team. It's a really cool prize pool, only offered by the VAIL team, only because Axe Labs supports us at the way that they do, and we really do appreciate them. A big shout out to Axe Labs and the dev team of VAIL. A big shout out to the VAIL player base and everyone tuning in here this afternoon. That is going to be it for my EU broadcast today. A reminder, tomorrow we dive into the losers bracket finals and then the grand finals for EU. And later today, in 2 hours, we jump into the semifinals for North America, where we will have 2 teams battling it out in the grand final best of 5 on Sunday. So stick around, come back 2 p.m. PST for more action. My name is Ben Nightfire with 2 E's. Thank you all for tuning in. Until next time, stay classy. VAIL VRML is brought to you by XLab, Exclaim, Helga, the esports manager, HyperX, ProTube VR, VR Cover. Thanks for watching VRML.